Hunting Hollywood. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 1. Westeros. After a simple tidying up, he put a few clothes, 2 manuscripts, and a fountain pen in his light gray canvas backpack. He didn't plan to take anything else with him. He picked up the bag and slung it over his shoulder. He took a last look at the small room, without any nostalgia in his heart. After all, this was the entrance of the mental hospital. The head nurse looked at the handsome boy who was slightly stunned in front of her, feeling a little regretful and a little happy. She whispered, "Simon, do you want to say goodbye to everyone?" His name is now Simon Westeros. His name has not changed. But his surname was changed a month ago. Because he didn't like the original surname of this body, he was looking forward to a brand new beginning. Before his rebirth, he happened to be watching Game of Thrones. The turbulent situation on the continent of Westeros was fascinating, and he had such a fantastic experience as now, so he chose Westeros as his new surname on a whim. From now on, the novel version of Game of Thrones will not be released until 1996, 10 years later. As for how Martin will name his new continent in the future, that is not his concern. Hearing the head nurse's words, Simon came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, "No need." The two left the ward and came to the office of Dr. Henry Chapman, Simon's attending physician, a nice middle-aged man. There was also a white middle-aged man wearing glasses in the office. He introduced himself as John, from Stanford University, and came to assist Simon in the discharge procedures. Simon was sent to this mental hospital 9 months ago. At that time, this incident caused a small sensation. The inspirational teenager who grew up in a children's welfare home was admitted to Stanford University at the age of 17 and received a full scholarship. Then, less than 2 months after entering school, he suddenly went crazy. Severe violent schizophrenia. This was the diagnosis Dr. Chapman filled in Simon's medical record. The fact is that there are suddenly 12 souls in the young body. How can he not go crazy? In the broken memory picture, the young man with conflicting consciousness frantically destroyed an entire reading room in the Stanford University library and injured several people. In the end, he was tied up and sent to this mental hospital in the southern suburbs of San Francisco. Continue to go back. Now he is actually a director from the other side of the ocean. He has just finished his first movie in his life, which has a good box office. The company plans to negotiate a cooperation with Universal Pictures, one of the 6 major Hollywood film companies. In order to win him over, the boss included him in the negotiation team that rushed to Los Angeles, which was considered a public trip. The prosperity of the mainland film market has attracted the entire Hollywood, and the business is naturally very successful. After reaching a cooperation, the top management of Universal Pictures invited the company team to Sun Valley, Idaho to attend a media industry gathering. There were also many other Hollywood film practitioners. More than 20 people took a Boeing 737 from Los Angeles. However, less than half an hour after takeoff, the engine of the Boeing 737 malfunctioned, and then crashed during the forced landing at San Francisco Airport. When he regained consciousness again, although he was still in the San Francisco County area, he had returned to 1985, and seemed to be bound in a young body with many other consciousnesses, followed by a long 9 months in a mental hospital. I don't know how I got control of this body. Or, because he is the only foreigner among those consciousnesses. Before the crash, he happened to leave the luxurious front cabin where the senior executives and the company team of Universal were, and went to the rear cabin of the plane to discuss film production issues with a group of Hollywood colleagues. Or maybe, it was because he was unwilling to accept it. In the long 9 months, he could feel the strong unwillingness of the original boy. He grew up so hard, but he didn't expect that his life would fall just as it was about to start. He was also unwilling to accept it. After wasting so many years, he finally started to stand out, but everything turned into bubbles in the blink of an eye. In any case, he finally became the master of this body, and the other more than a dozen consciousnesses all fell into deep silence. However, although the consciousness was annihilated, the memories of those people remained. Although those memories were scattered, he also realized that just these remaining memory fragments were a huge fortune for him. You know, the people in the back cabin of the plane at that time were all elites in the Hollywood film industry, including top screenwriters, photographers, editors, composers, etc. These people were actually members of the crew of a box office blockbuster under Universal Pictures. The director and leading actor of the crew were also on the plane, but they were only invited to the front cabin. It is unknown whether they survived. After completing the discharge procedures, Simon said goodbye to Dr. Chapman and others, and then got on John's car with simple luggage. It can be seen that John did not like today's errand very much. He sent Simon to the bus station in the nearby Watsonville city, fulfilled the last obligation of Stanford University, and drove away in a hurry. In the more than 1 month before discharge, Dr. Chapman talked to Simon many times and asked him about his future plans. It is natural to return to Stanford. Simon's major is still Stanford's most popular computer science. Coming from more than 30 years later, he knows very well how many fascinating wealth miracles the students of Stanford Computer Department have created in the upcoming internet wave. However, Simon chose to drop out without much hesitation. He is a director, and his mind is filled with the memories of more than a dozen Hollywood elites. It can be said that he is now a top film crew. With so many resources, there is no reason not to go to Hollywood. As for the future internet wave, it is not Simon's character to watch the opportunities everywhere slip away. If he can stand out, he can naturally participate in the wealth feast brought by this technological change as an investor. Of course, at this moment, standing outside the bus station near California Highway 1 in Watsonville, Simon knows that he is destined to have a long way to go. He is just a poor boy with no money now, and he is somewhat fortunate that his personal situation can enjoy free federal medical insurance. Otherwise, after 9 months of treatment, Simon will definitely have to bear a sky-high medical bill that is enough to make him doubt his life. In the United States, it is absolutely a disaster for ordinary people to see a doctor without medical insurance. After buying a long-distance bus ticket to Los Angeles, Simon checked his wallet while waiting for the bus. There was still $198 left, which was the money he earned from working in the summer before entering school last year. The process of changing his name some time ago cost more than $200, mainly to publish a name change notice in a small newspaper in Watsonville, which is a necessary procedure for Americans to change their names, and then there is the cost of reapplying for a driver's license. The American driver's license is equivalent to an ID card, and the test is also very cheap, only a few $dozen. Therefore, although he couldn't afford a car, Simon got a driver's license at the age of 16. According to the price information in his mind, the remaining money in his hand can probably last for a week if the most basic food and accommodation are guaranteed. This is enough. It is easy to find a job in Los Angeles that can make a living in a week. The former owner of this body has been doing various odd jobs since the age of 13, and the relevant skill points are almost full. Thinking of this, Simon even felt a little sad. Although the memory is not complete, he can appreciate the awe-inspiring tenacity of the original child. The Simon in his memory was sent to a children's welfare home in San Jose at the age of 6. The little child was like a stubborn little beast, stubbornly refusing many foster families' adoption applications, and began to be self-reliant at the age of 13. Thinking of this, Simon couldn't help but recall his memories before the age of 6, but there were only some more fragmented pictures that could not be pieced together completely. Then, he woke up from his scattered thoughts. Simon was surprised to find that tears were sliding down his face unconsciously. A mother and son who were also waiting for the bus next to him were looking at him with strange eyes. The young mother even pulled her 4 or 5-year-old son away a little. Wiping the tears from his face awkwardly, Simon realized that even if a certain ill-fated soul had completely lost control of this body, it still stubbornly refused to recall certain experiences. It was so stubborn that even if it completely lost consciousness, it still stubbornly closed its heart and did not let strangers peek. Then don't think about it. Moreover, since I have obtained this body, I will definitely make this period of human life shine brighter than anyone else, definitely. Simon silently promised a certain soul in his heart. The consciousness in the dark may have heard his voice, and Simon found that his mood gradually calmed down. After waiting for about half an hour at the simple platform, a bus finally stopped by the road. It was a passing bus from downtown San Francisco. Simon stepped aside to let the mother and son next to him get on the bus first, and then followed. The bus was almost full of passengers. Simon walked along the aisle and finally found an empty seat in the second to last row. A woman in a plaid shirt was sitting inside the seats for the two of them. Her long brown hair covered most of her face. She was looking down at a thick manuscript bound in A4 paper, and she was holding a pen in her hand. After stuffing her backpack into the luggage rack, Simon sat down in an empty seat near the aisle. Sensing movement around her, the woman looked up, nodded politely to Simon, and then looked away again. Simon also nodded, but his expression was a little surprised. He knew the other person. To be precise, Simon knew the woman in front of him, but the other person obviously couldn't know him. Kathryn Bigelow. The first female director in Hollywood history to win the Oscar for Best Director. This achievement alone is enough to make her a figure in film history. Chapter 2: The Butterfly Effect. Simon first met Kathryn Bigelow, a Hollywood female director, after The Hurt Locker won the Oscar in 2010. To be honest, his first impression of Kathryn Bigelow was her appearance. At the 2010 Oscars, Kathryn Bigelow, who was tall and slender in a long linen silk dress, looked only 30 years old. Her figure and temperament were enough to crush most of the female stars on the red carpet that year. But in fact, Kathryn Bigelow was born in 1951. Even now in 1986, she is already 35 years old. Simon can only sigh that there is no shortage of fairies in the world who can resist the erosion of time. Then there are her works. After the Oscars that year, Simon specially watched several of Kathryn Bigelow's movies. To be fair, most of the films directed by Kathryn Bigelow are only average, but the rough feeling of the ancient stone pillars and totems in her works is impressive. This woman seems to be using all her masculine lens language to tell the audience in front of the screen that what men can do, I can do, and what men can't do, I can still do. Simon even feels that the gender dominance shown by Kathryn Bigelow through her works has a bit of obsession. The bus started again and headed south along California Highway 1. After the slight gesture just now, Kathryn Bigelow focused all her attention on the manuscript in front of her. Simon took a curious look and judged from the text format on the paper that the woman should have a script in her hand, and then did not disturb her. More than an hour passed, until Kathryn finished reading the last page of the manuscript. Simon said at the right time, "Is this a script?" Women's sixth sense is always very sharp. While reading the script just now, Kathryn felt that the young man next to her would look at her from time to time. As a beautiful woman, she was never short of people who approached her, and she was used to this kind of thing. However, the other party did not disturb her for more than an hour, and did not speak until she finished reading the script. This also made Kathryn feel more favorable to Simon, so she smiled and nodded at Simon, saying, "Yes." Although she responded, Kathryn did not want to talk to Simon too much. Although the young man in front of her had a handsome face with clear edges and corners, and his temperament was more mature than his peers, he was obviously just a boy under 20 years old. If her friends knew that she was approached by such a boy, they would definitely laugh to death. Just as she was about to turn her eyes to the car window to make a hint of rejection, Kathryn heard the young man next to her continue, "Actually, I also have a script. Why don't we take turns to read it to kill time? It will take several hours to get to Los Angeles." As he said this, Simon had already stood up neatly, took his backpack from the overhead luggage rack, and picked out one of the two manuscripts to show Kathryn. Kathryn was a little surprised that Simon casually took out a script, but she still classified Simon's behavior as a flirt. She was going to refuse clearly, but after glancing at the title of the script in Simon's hand, she couldn't help but feel curious and asked subconsciously, "Butterfly effect, what does this mean?" This is a hypothesis made by Edward Lorenz, a professor of meteorology at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. To explain his theory, Simon said, handing the script to Kathryn and continuing, "Professor Lorenz hypothesized that a butterfly in the Amazon basin in South America occasionally flapped its wings. The impact of this flapping of wings on the surrounding airflow continued to spread, causing a series of chain reactions, and finally formed a terrible tornado in Texas." Kathryn listened carefully to Simon's explanation and couldn't help shaking her head. How is it possible that a butterfly flapping its wings can cause a tornado? Simon said, "Professor Lorenz is using this to describe the huge impact that a tiny variable may have on the entire system. Moreover, I think it is very possible, but we can't prove it." Kathryn hummed lightly and didn't argue with Simon. She is not a person who likes to argue with others. She found that she had unknowingly received a script called The Butterfly Effect, so she curiously opened it. Then, she felt that the young man next to her was still looking at her, and then she remembered what he had just said. After hesitating for a while, she handed over her own script. Anyway, as he said, just kill time. She opened the script in her hand and glanced at it. She realized something and skipped a few pages before she was finally sure. It turned out that including the title on the cover, the entire script was handwritten in neat English fonts similar to printed text, which made her look again at the young man next to her who had already shifted his attention to her own script. In this era, typewriters have become a very common office tool. It is very rare to find a young man who is willing to handwrite a script of more than 100 pages patiently and write so beautifully. Simon didn't know Kathryn's psychological activities. In fact, handwriting the script was also his helpless act. Living in a mental hospital, even if the doctor allowed him to have a typewriter, he couldn't afford it. Simon put Kathryn's script on his knees and opened it. At this time, he had already recognized that this should be Kathryn's first feature film Blood Night. When he looked up Kathryn's information out of curiosity after The Hurt Locker won the award, he read the film introduction, but he didn't take the time to watch the movie. As he read deeper, Simon quickly sorted out the general context of the story in his hand. Caleb, a farm youth in Oklahoma, met a girl named May and fell in love with her at first sight, but May was actually a vampire and turned Caleb into a vampire on impulse. Caleb was then kidnapped by May's vampire companions and forced to wander around the world. Although he had the ability to live forever, after several twists and turns, Caleb found that this was not the life he wanted, so he wanted to get away from this group of vampires. At the same time, Caleb's father and sister also took the trouble to embark on the road to find their relatives after he disappeared. On the other side, after reading the last page of the script, Kathryn looked up and found Simon still slowly flipping through his script. Suddenly, she had a small urge to snatch the script from him. Although she didn't like the overly pessimistic and gloomy tone of the butterfly effect, after reading the whole story, Kathryn had to admit that the butterfly effect with its ingenious and novel plot was much better than The Night of Blood Corpse. In the final analysis, The Night of Blood Corpse was just a simple love movie in a vampire costume, and there were some script loopholes that even she herself was helpless to deal with. Quietly waiting for Simon to finish translating the script, Kathryn could not help but ask in a tone of inquiry that she herself did not realize, "How is it?" Simon thought for a moment and said, "I really liked the scene where Caleb kneels in front of May and sucks the blood from her wrist. It has a sense of transgression beyond ethics. This should be inspired by the phenomenon of lambs suckling. It will definitely be very touching when it is filmed in the future." Kathryn did not expect Simon to express his feelings based on a certain point in the script. Although the script of Blood Corpse Night was not entirely written by her, the scene Simon described at this time was exactly from her hand. Many movie fans will make excessive deconstructions that completely exceed the director's intentions after watching the movie, but Simon's understanding at this time coincides with her thoughts. She studied fine arts, so she habitually adds some symbolic shots to the script. So, after a moment's hesitation, Kathryn asked bluntly, "Do you think there are any areas that can be improved in this script?" Simon was a little surprised to hear the woman's question, but he quickly said, "Perhaps, the farm can be changed into pasture. I see a lot of farm scenes in the script, but no matter what state the farm is in, it is definitely not as vivid as a pasture covered with green grass." Kathryn thought about it, nodded, and asked again, "What about the last plot, which is the setting of Caleb and May turning back into humans? Do you think there is any better way to deal with it?" In the script of Blood Corpse Night, the male and female protagonists turned back into humans by transfusing human blood. This setting is indeed very far-fetched. However, Simon shook his head and said, "You should have revised the script many times, right? If you can change it, I will definitely not see this kind of plot now. There is really no way to change it, otherwise the second half of the entire script needs to be overturned, and it must be another story." Kathryn nodded, knowing that Simon was telling the truth, but there was still some disappointment in her expression. Simon looked at the woman's expression and said, "Actually, there is one more thing that can be adjusted." Kathryn looked over again. The name of the male lead, Simon smiled and said, "Do you know? The name Caleb comes from Hebrew, which actually means fierce hunting dog. This name is too rustic, it's better to change it." Kathryn knew from Simon's smile that he was joking, so she smiled and teased, "You also know Hebrew?" "Yes, I'm pretty fluent. So, I will definitely do very well in Hollywood in the future. Hebrew is the national language of the Jews." As we all know, Hollywood is the world of Jews. Being able to speak fluent Hebrew will definitely make Simon gain the favor of many Jews in Hollywood. In fact, because he inherited the memories of the other 12 people, Simon not only knows Hebrew, but also English and Chinese, which are more proficient. At this time, he also knows German, French and Spanish, which almost covers the most mainstream languages in the world. Therefore, even if he becomes a translator now, he will definitely be the top one. Kathryn listened to Simon's tone and had a slight urge to roll her eyes. She felt that the young man was trying to change the subject and didn't want to comment too much on her script. Perhaps, compared with his butterfly effect, Blood Knight really has nothing to say. Simon was not unwilling to give Kathryn more advice. He knew the advantages and disadvantages of Kathryn's series of works. The key point was that the two of them were still in a state of chance encounter. Should he persuade her to restrain the violent atmosphere of deliberately blurring gender consciousness in her works and encourage her to show the delicate side of herself that a woman should have? How did he know that a beautiful woman like her would not have delicate works in the movies? Guess? If he said too much, it would be exposed. However, Kathryn was not a person who forced others to do something, so she followed Simon's topic and said casually, "What do you think should be the name for Caleb?" "Simon, what do you think?" Kathryn was a little confused. "Simon, is there anything special about this name?" Simon stretched out his hand to the woman and said with a smile, "Simon Westeros, Mom, may I know your name?" Kathryn immediately understood that this was his name. "My name is Kathryn Bigelow." She shook his hand gently, and introduced herself with a smile, and then asked curiously, "Westeros, a very rare surname, you can speak Hebrew, so is this a Jewish surname?" "No," Simon shook his head and said, "this is my surname. Westeros is an original word created by George Martin, and this word should have appeared 10 years later. So, Simon is now undoubtedly the only Westeros in the world." Kathryn could feel the faint sense of superiority implied in Simon's words, but she did not feel any disgust in her heart. He was able to write a script like The Butterfly Effect, can talk about the theories of a professor at MIT, and can master a very niche language like Hebrew. It is natural for such an outstanding young man to be proud. Chapter 3: Kathryn's Recommendation. After more than 7 hours of travel, the bus finally arrived at the terminal in the evening. After Simon got off the bus, he stood on the street and looked around. Although he had never been here, based on the information in his mind, he quickly determined that this should be the downtown area of Burbank in the San Fernando Valley in the northwest of Los Angeles County. He still needed to cross the Santa Monica Mountains in the south to reach his ideal destination. The other side of the mountain is Hollywood, the real geographical Hollywood. In the 1980s, although many Hollywood film studios had begun to move to the surrounding areas, more film-related production companies, distribution companies, and brokerage companies were still gathered on the world-famous streets in downtown Hollywood. Kathryn got off the bus behind Simon and also stood on the roadside looking around. The friend who had agreed to pick her up had not arrived yet, so she looked at Simon next to her. The journey that was originally thought to be very boring became very fulfilling because of the appearance of this big boy. After exchanging and reading the script, the two talked about many topics with relish during the rest of the trip. Although he was much younger than her, Kathryn even felt at some moments that she was just a young girl in front of him. It was hard to imagine how this big boy had accumulated such a wealth of knowledge. Whether it was movies, music, or even her own major, painting, or many other topics, he could handle it freely and talk freely. In just a few hours of getting along, she even felt that she had benefited a lot. Before they parted, Kathryn suddenly realized that apart from his name and that he probably wanted to become a screenwriter when he came to Los Angeles this time, she knew almost nothing about Simon. However, she was unconsciously led by him to reveal a lot of things, such as she grew up in San Francisco, she went back this time to visit her parents, her life in Soho, Manhattan, why she was interested in movies and wanted to be a director, etc. If he did it on purpose, it would be to the abominable. However, thinking about it carefully, she didn't seem to ask these questions. Many of his topics had already overwhelmed her. After Simon looked around, he turned his head to look at Kathryn. Seeing that the woman happened to be looking at him, he nodded and smiled at her. Along the way, Simon discovered that there was a very strong contrast between Kathryn's personality and her film style. The characters in women's images often kill, burn, swear, and lie recklessly, but in real life, Kathryn is very quiet, speaks softly to people, and even seems shy. Of course, Simon didn't feel too strange. This strong personality conflict between real life and personal works, which is almost schizophrenic, is very common among artists of all types. Thinking of this, Simon asked the woman, "Kathryn, no one came to pick you up?" "Yes, but they haven't come yet." Kathryn hadn't yet formed the words she wanted to say. Hearing Simon speak first, she could only shake her head and asked, "What about you?" Simon shrugged. "I thought we could share a car and pay for the fare. I live in Malibu." Kathryn raised her hand and pointed westward, saying, "Where are you going?" "If it's on the way, I can take you there later." "Malibu, it's a nice city," Simon said with a smile on his face. "Why don't you consider taking me in? I can cook, wash clothes, and clean. I can do all these. I just need to provide food and accommodation." Kathryn glared at Simon lightly, as a disdain for his desire to be a gigolo, but then she explained seriously, "I'm also staying at a friend's place, and I don't have the power to take you in." Simon smiled. Of course, he was just joking. Even if Kathryn really agreed, he would refuse. It's not because he can't eat Kathryn's soft rice, but he has a deep-rooted resistance to living in someone else's house. He is more accustomed to living in his own house. Of course, this kind of thing may not be realized for a long time in the future. However, when Simon heard Kathryn say that she was staying at a friend's house, he suddenly remembered. Friend? Could it be James Cameron? In the original Time and Space, Kathryn and Cameron were once husband and wife. This matter was very popular when The Hurt Locker won the Oscar. The Hurt Locker vs. Avatar, ex-wife vs. ex-husband. After searching the information in his mind, Simon quickly rejected this speculation. Cameron's current wife is still Gail Ann Hurd, the producer of Terminator, and can be regarded as Cameron's mentor. The two just got married last year. Although Cameron is not a stable man, they should not divorce in 3 or 4 years. Kathryn naturally didn't know what Simon was thinking. After explaining, she continued, "Simon, since you don't know anyone in Los Angeles and you plan to become a screenwriter, you should need an agent, right? Maybe I can help." Although Simon had some plans of his own, he became serious after hearing Kathryn's words and said, "Can I? I mean, if it's not a bother." "Of course it's not a bother," Kathryn shook her head and said, "but I can only introduce you. Whether you can convince the other party to become your agent still requires your own efforts. WMA, do you know? That's a very good agency." WMA, William Morris Agency, William Morris Agency. Simon naturally knew that this talent agency, which was established in the late 19th century, is still the largest agency in Hollywood. Of course, according to the information Simon knew, WMA's current situation is definitely not good, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse, not to mention that WMA, an elephant that is still far from being lean, can crush a large number of camels. If Simon can enter such an agency, he will definitely avoid a lot of detours. After all, although many Hollywood stars always claim that they met an agent by chance while shopping, eating or walking, and it seems that they have been on the rise since then. But don't doubt it, 99% of these gossips are lies. If you don't believe it, just open the IMDb page of a star and see how many years it took for the other party to participate in the first work and become a popular masterpiece, and you will know how tortuous their road to fame is. Although he has opportunities and resources that others can't match, Simon has already made plans to stay in Hollywood for 3 to 5 years. He is only 18 years old this year and has no shortage of time. Of course, Kathryn can give him some help within her ability at this time, and Simon will never be so hypocritical as to refuse. The two walked to a nearby coin-operated telephone booth together. Kathryn took out a phone book from her luggage and flipped through it for a while before dialing the number. Simon stood by and waited patiently. Kathryn talked to the other party for a while, then covered the microphone and turned around and asked softly, "Simon, how do you spell your Westeros?" Simon immediately spelled his last name again, Westeros. Kathryn hummed, turned back, and talked for more than a minute before hanging up the phone. "Fortunately, Mr. Friedman is still in the office. I forgot that I had already left work. However, WMA has been a bit chaotic recently, so it's not surprising that he has to work overtime." Kathryn said a little embarrassedly, found a pen stand and hurriedly wrote something on her phone book, then tore it off and handed it to Simon, and reminded, "Tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, William Morris Company headquarters, you must not be late. Tell them at the front desk that you have an appointment, and someone will take you there." If you really can't, you can also call this number. Simon nodded, took the note and took a look. At the top was a name, Jonathan Friedman, obviously Mr. Friedman that Kathryn just mentioned. Next was 150 Camino Street, Beverly Hills, which should be the address of WMA headquarters. Finally, there was a string of phone numbers. After putting the note into his wallet and watching the woman pick up her shoulder bag, Simon suddenly remembered and said, "Kathryn, what about you? I mean, if I'm going to starve to death on the street if I don't do well, I have to know how to ask you for help, right?" Kathryn rolled her eyes at Simon and took out the phone book again to start writing, but she teased, "If you have hands and feet and can starve to death on the street, I won't care." As the two were talking, a few loud car horns suddenly sounded on the side of the road. A burgundy Ford sedan stopped. The woman in the driver's seat was obviously impatient and leaned her head out of the window and said to the two, "Kate, I caught you. Hey, little boy, get in the car quickly, don't talk to the big sister on the side of the road casually, or you will be dragged into the alley and eaten." Kathryn handed the written contact information to Simon and said to the woman in the car with a helpless expression, "Jenny, you are late again. Maybe I shouldn't have come. I'm sure I'm disturbing you, right?" The woman named Jenny pushed open the car door, walked over with a smile, and held out her hand to Simon, saying, "Janet Johnston, little boy, what's your name?" Simon looked at the woman in front of him. She was wearing a tight pink t-shirt with a string of cursive English letters and high-waisted jeans. She had fluffy blonde hair draped over her shoulders. Although she was not as pretty as Kathryn, she looked quite tall and well-proportioned in high heels. Her well-maintained appearance also made it difficult to tell her age. However, Simon clearly felt that there was a bit of madness in this woman's character. What's more, is it really okay to wear high heels while driving? With this in mind, Simon still politely shook hands with the other party and introduced himself, Simon Westeros. "Strange last name," Janet Johnston muttered, and looked Simon up and down with a very satisfied expression, then turned to Kathryn and said, "Then, Kate, let's take him home." Kathryn put her luggage on the back seat of the car on the side of the road, walked over and said, "Jenny, stop joking, let's go." Janet obviously didn't intend to let the two of them go easily. She stretched out her hand to hold Kathryn's arm to prevent her from leaving, but her eyes were fixed on Simon, and she asked curiously, "Little boy, it seems that you just arrived in Los Angeles and came with Kate? Well, let me guess, your home is also in San Francisco, right? Which city is it?" I asked for Kate. Simon saw that Kathryn was also looking over with some curiosity, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Probably San Jose." Janet glanced at Simon with dissatisfaction, and dragged her voice, "It's really interesting, maybe." Simon shrugged and said casually, "I don't have a home. I just grew up in San Jose. How can someone be without a home?" Janet, who was rough, didn't react for a moment. She ignored Kathryn's small gesture of pulling her arm and asked, "Where did you live before you came to Los Angeles?" Simon curled his lips, revealing a harmless smile, and said, "Watsonville Mental Hospital." Chapter 4, William Morris and Turbulence. It was already dusk and the lights on both sides of the street were on. Simon looked at the two women in front of him, one was stunned and the other was hesitant, and had to remind them in a relaxed tone that it was time to go back. Malibu, far away in the western suburbs of Los Angeles, was still far away from Burbank. Finally, he suggested that Kathryn should drive, because it was too dangerous for Janet Johnston to drive in high heels. Seeing that Simon was fine and had no signs of illness, Kathryn was relieved, but inexplicably she didn't want to explore Simon's past. Glancing at her friend who was still rolling her eyes but finally calmed down, Kathryn felt a little funny again. "You were so naughty all day, and you finally got cured." The female hooligan pretending to be crazy met a real lunatic from a mental hospital, tut-tut. After putting her friend in the passenger seat, Kathryn also got in the car. After hesitating for a while, the woman still told Simon standing outside the car window to contact her if he had any difficulties, and then started the car. After turning the car around at the intersection not far away, Kathryn finally nodded to the big boy on the roadside, slowly stepped on the accelerator, and the wine-red Ford sedan gradually merged into the city traffic in the twilight. Watching the two women's car go away, Simon lifted the backpack on his shoulder and turned to leave. After buying a map of Los Angeles from a nearby store, Simon sat down at an open-air seat in a street fast food restaurant, ordered the cheapest dinner, and began to look through the map. Because he inherited the memories of the other 12 people, Simon found that it was not just those professional skills, but also about Hollywood, or the entire Los Angeles, from human geography to entertainment gossip, all kinds of information for decades. Simon knew everything. It seems that he has the potential to be a paparazzi. Thinking so amusingly, Simon easily found the headquarters of WMA on the map. Camino Street is located not far from the intersection of Wilshire Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard, the most prosperous streets in Beverly Hills. Nearby is Century City Park, where media companies gather. The 20th Century Fox Studios is located there, and the headquarters of CAA, the arch-rival of WMA, is also not far away. After marking the location of the WMA headquarters, Simon found the address of the headquarters of the Writers Guild of America and circled it. The waiter brought dinner to Simon, who filled his stomach, paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant. Then he began to worry about how to leave Burbank. In the 1980s, Los Angeles had neither buses nor subways, and taxis were also pitifully rare, and they had to be booked by phone. After wandering around the street for more than half an hour with a fluke mentality, Simon did not meet a taxi willing to take him. He realized that he had underestimated the lack of public transportation in Los Angeles, and regretted not having the audacity to ask Kathryn to give him a ride. He had no choice but to stay in a hotel in Burbank. Early the next morning, with the help of the hotel owner, Simon booked a taxi by phone. After bargaining with the driver who came, he finally paid $15 including the tip, and the driver sent him to West Hollywood on the other side of the Santa Monica Mountains. Standing on the side of Melrose Avenue, although there was still a long way to go to the destination, in order to save money, Simon had to walk. Fortunately, he had a whole day. Following the instructions on the map, he walked south along the north-south Fairfax Avenue that intersected with Melrose Avenue for more than 20 minutes, and arrived outside the Writers Guild of America, WGA, building. Simon rushed here not to join the Writers Guild, as he did not have the qualifications yet. He mainly wanted to register the copyright of the script in his backpack. According to federal copyright law, in theory, creators automatically obtain copyright after completing their works. But in reality, once a legal dispute occurs, whether to register copyright becomes a very critical evidence. In the United States, there are many ways to register copyrights, and there are even some privately run registration agencies. The most authoritative of these is naturally the Copyright Office, but because of the world-renowned ultra-low work efficiency of U.S. government departments, creators may have to wait 4 to 6 months to get copyright certificates after submitting registrations to the Copyright Office, and the review progress is so slow that it is outrageous. Therefore, in Hollywood, registering copyrights through WGA has become the first choice for most screenwriters. Prepare the materials and registration fees, and you can basically get the registration certificate on the same day. Of course, registering with WGA also has disadvantages, that is, it will only keep the registration materials for the creator for 5 to 10 years, and renewal is required when it expires. However, registration with the Copyright Office is permanent, and legal disputes can also be more fully protected. After some consideration, Simon chose to submit all the 2 completed scripts in his hand for registration. The registration fee for a single script is $20, and the cost of printing 2 scripts and materials has once again made Simon's wallet a lot shriveled. After leaving the WGA building, thinking of the meeting in the afternoon, Simon made a copy of the script of The Butterfly Effect and then picked up an electronic watch for less than $2 at a roadside stall. After all this, it was already past noon. After simply buying a meal to fill his stomach, Simon rechecked his wallet. Yesterday's $198 had quickly dropped to less than $97. Some helplessness, but not too panic. The worst that could happen is that he would end up living on the streets. The possibility of starving to death is still very low. At most, he could find a church to get some free food coupons. The agreed time was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In order to ensure that everything was safe, Simon arrived near the WMA headquarters half an hour in advance. The WMA headquarters building on Camino Street is a very modern glass steel structure building. Although the floors are not high, it looks quite impressive compared to other mediocre commercial buildings around it. There is also a small square in front of the building, which undoubtedly shows the outstanding status of WMA in Hollywood at this time. Nearing 4 o'clock, Simon entered the WMA headquarters 5 minutes in advance. He explained his purpose to the company's front desk receptionist, who called. A moment later, a white young man who looked less than 30 years old came out to greet him. The young man was wearing a professional white shirt and black trousers. He was tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his dark brown hair was meticulously groomed. He looked gentle and refined. The two briefly introduced themselves. Simon learned that the other person's name was Owen Wright, and he was Jonathan Friedman's assistant. Then he followed him into the building. Walking through the spacious corridor next to the glass curtain wall, Simon found that the WMA employees around him were either in a hurry or frowning. Some people noticed his unfamiliar face and showed a little vigilance in their eyes. Simon was not too surprised by this situation. According to the information he knew, WMA has been experiencing a very serious turmoil in recent months. In the first half of this year, WMA's chairman and CEO Maurice Stoller and President Stan Kamen died one after another. The vacancies caused by the deaths of the two core senior executives not only caused a power struggle within the company, but also brokerage companies such as CAA and ICM took advantage of the turmoil in WMA and began to poach people without hesitation. Especially after Stan Kamen's death, all the first-line stars under the name of this Hollywood gold medal agent, such as Al Pacino, Warren Beatty, Barbara Streisand, Goldie Hawn, etc., jumped to CAA. This accident directly caused a serious blow to WMA. Simon followed Owen Wright to an office and waited in the lounge for a while. Then a middle-aged white man with slightly gray hair pushed the door open and walked in. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was wearing a gray suit. He was not too tall, just over 1.7 meters tall, thin, with deep eye sockets, a wide nose, black hair, and a typical Jewish appearance. In fact, Friedman is obviously a Jewish surname. "Sorry, I just finished a meeting." Jonathan Friedman walked straight towards him when he saw Simon stand up. He looked at Simon lightly with a gentle smile on his face, and politely extended his hand to him, saying, "So, Simon Westeros." Simon nodded, shook hands with the other party, and said, "Hello, Mr. Friedman, nice to meet you." Jonathan Friedman nodded in response, and then made a gesture of invitation. The two walked into the office next door together. The middle-aged man said familiarly, "This is the first time I heard the last name Westeros, so I remembered it immediately. Simon, this is your advantage. In Hollywood, it's not easy to be remembered." Simon just smiled and didn't say anything. Jonathan Friedman motioned Simon to sit down opposite the desk. After he sat down, he relaxed his arms on the table and casually crossed his fingers and looked at the young man opposite. He was about 180 centimeters tall, very standard. His face was angular and his hair was brown. He didn't look childish like a teenage actor and was very photogenic. He was dressed in a simple black t-shirt and jeans, but he had a calm and confident look that surpassed his peers, which was very attractive to the opposite sex. He had the potential to be a popular young actor. He had the potential to develop into a Tom Cruise type. The recent box office hit Top Gun really attracted too much attention. However, this boy was a screenwriter. Jonathan Friedman didn't have too many expectations immediately. A good screenwriter needs experience. Jonathan Friedman doesn't think a young man in his 20s can write an outstanding script. He even doubts whether the young man has figured out how to write a regular Hollywood script format. In fact, Jonathan Friedman and Kathryn are not familiar with each other. Apart from occasionally meeting at some Hollywood parties, the most recent intersection between the two is that one of Friedman's clients is trying to get the male lead in the film that Kathryn is about to direct. It is for this reason that Jonathan Friedman agreed to today's meeting after receiving Kathryn's recommendation call, which is considered a favor to the beautiful woman who has a certain say in the film casting. Jonathan Friedman's original plan was that if the person introduced by Kathryn was not bad, he would recommend the other party to WMA's literary agency department. After all, even the first-line screenwriters in Hollywood often bring less income to the agent than a second-line actor, and he has no plan to personally represent a screenwriter. If it doesn't work, anyway, the favor is enough, and there is nothing wrong with directly refusing. But at this moment, seeing Simon in person, Jonathan Friedman already had some thoughts of sending Simon away as soon as possible. He had just been promoted to vice president of WMA this month, and the company was in a mess recently. He was in no mood to perfunctorily deal with a young man who was too ambitious. Of course, Jonathan Friedman did not show this thought. He always believed that if you want to be an excellent agent, you must always maintain a humble attitude. After a brief internal evaluation, Jonathan Friedman's tone was still gentle, with some encouragement and expectation, and said, "So, Simon, tell me about your script first. Chapter 5 only worth 10 minutes. Simon took out the script of The Butterfly Effect from his backpack and handed it to Jonathan Friedman. Jonathan Friedman did not open it, but just glanced at the cover, then put the script on the table and continued to look at him with a smile. In this case, Simon sorted out his thoughts and began to explain, "This is a suspense thriller of soft science fiction nature. From a very young age, people around Ivan often found that this child would do some very strange or even weird behaviors for no reason. However, Ivan always claimed afterwards that he had no memory of the situation at all. The doctor classified Ivan's condition as intermittent amnesia and recommended that he write a diary for auxiliary treatment." Simon said this, noticing that Jonathan Friedman's expression had revealed some curiosity, so he continued. "The general plot of The Butterfly Effect is a story about a young man who has the ability to go back to the past by reading a diary. In order to make up for his past regrets, he travels through time and space again and again to try to change his life. However, every time the male protagonist tried to change the past, when he returned to the time point of 20 years old, he found that everything around him did not develop as he imagined, and even became worse. The biggest feature of The Butterfly Effect is its rigorous plot that is so interlocking that it makes people applaud. The whole story is like a well-conceived big network, and all the details can find nodes that echo each other in other places. Therefore, this film is a classic in the hearts of many suspense and thriller fans. In the original time and space, the production company of The Butterfly Effect was New Line Cinema. Simon heard that the film had many endings during the editing process. However, he finally chose the darkest and most impactful one. After trying again and again but failing again and again, the male protagonist returned to his mother's womb in despair and strangled himself with the umbilical cord. Then the whole story came to an abrupt end. After Simon finished his brief account, Jonathan Friedman, who had no expectations for him, fell silent. Robert Zemeckis' Back to the Future was just released last year and won the annual box office champion in 1985. Therefore, Simon's script, which has similar time travel elements to Back to the Future, was far beyond Jonathan Friedman's expectations. He even felt that this story was even better than Back to the Future in terms of pure conception. At least now, just such a novel script concept is enough to convince him to recommend Simon to WMA's literary agency department. You know, Hollywood is also full of a lot of follow-up phenomena, but because of the generally long production cycle of Hollywood movies, people don't feel a certain kind of hot movie in the first half of the year and a lot of similar movies in the second half of the year. Therefore, with Back to the Future winning the box office championship last year, Simon's idea, as long as it is combined with a relatively complete script, will definitely arouse the strong interest of Hollywood film companies. In addition, such a thriller with a peculiar conception happens to be the type of project that Jonathan Friedman is looking for recently. The key now is, what is the quality of the script in hand? After all, Hollywood has never lacked creativity. What it lacks is a perfect story script that can be transformed into a wonderful film based on relevant creativity. Many Hollywood movies usually go through years of long revisions during the script creation stage. The main reason is that there are too many details that need to be adjusted between a feasible script and the original story idea. Thinking quickly in his mind, he glanced down at the cover of the script in his hand, and subconsciously asked a question similar to Kathryn's yesterday. "Simon, can you explain the meaning of the butterfly effect first?" Simon nodded and explained the theory of Professor Edward Lorenz of MIT again. After listening, Jonathan Friedman asked a question that surprised him a little. "So, you went to MIT?" "No," Simon shook his head, but immediately added, "I entered Stanford last year and got a full scholarship, but I dropped out early because of some changes." Simon said this, and Jonathan Friedman's expression obviously changed a little. Although Stanford University does not belong to the Ivy League, in fact, the overall strength of this top university on the west coast of the United States has surpassed most of the members of the league, and it has its own prominent place in the world university rankings. Simon was able to enter Stanford University with a full scholarship. Even though he had already dropped out, this kind of qualification would definitely make Jonathan Friedman's evaluation of him rise by several levels. Simon also knew in his heart that he was actually in an interview. Westerners don't pay attention to humility. The better a person performs during an interview, the more likely he is to succeed. Therefore, Simon did not hesitate to use his qualifications at this time. After Simon finished speaking, he saw Jonathan Friedman glanced at his watch with a hesitant expression, and then he said at the right time, "Mr. Friedman, the first 10 pages of the script are the story outline I made. Maybe you can take a look at it first. It's more detailed than what I just said." Jonathan Friedman nodded when he heard it, and no longer hesitated. He readily opened the script in front of him. However, the content of the first page of the script made him stunned again. It was a copyright registration certificate from the Writers Guild of America. Shaking his head and smiling slightly, Jonathan Friedman flipped through it casually, but his initial impression of Simon was completely changed in his heart. The young man opposite him was obviously not one of those rookies who rushed into Hollywood with a head full of enthusiasm and thought they could make it big. Later, seeing the beautiful and neat English handwriting, although it was a photocopy, Jonathan Friedman was no longer surprised. Of course, his evaluation of Simon in his heart inevitably improved a lot again. Hollywood may have more copyright disputes than the movies it produces every year, and it was Simon's helpless move to directly post the WGA copyright registration certificate on the title page. He was not naive enough to think that industry giants like WMA would not do small moves to embezzle other people's scripts. Simon couldn't stand such twists and turns now, so he simply cut off some possible disputes from the source. In fact, as Jonathan Friedman thought, although he inherited the memories of the other 12 people, Simon was definitely not the kind of rookie who thought he could make a big splash in Hollywood. From the beginning of the idea of rushing to Los Angeles to make a living, Simon had already begun to make very detailed plans. Although he had a pretty good appearance, Simon did not intend to be an actor. His first stage goal is to become a director, but without any qualifications and connections, this is obviously unlikely in the short term. So, starting with a screenwriter with a lower threshold is a very good choice. According to some information in Simon's memory, the two major screenwriters unions on the East and West coasts of Hollywood have more than 60,000 registered scripts each year, which seems to be a very large number. But in Hollywood, the total number of all theatrical movies, TV movies and low-cost independent movies released directly on videotapes each year is no problem to exceed 600. The success rate of 1% is already very high in Simon's opinion. What's more, among the tens of thousands of scripts that appear every year, mediocre ones still account for the majority after all. But as a time traveler, the scripts that Simon can take out are basically the best ones after the great waves. Moreover, in the initial process of selecting scripts, Simon also carefully weighed various factors. As a newcomer to Hollywood, if he wants to ensure that his script is favored by the film company as much as possible, it must first be a low-cost production. If Simon takes out the script of Titanic now, there is a 99% chance that it will be thrown directly into the trash can. Secondly, the story must be novel enough to make people's eyes light up. Finally, the script creativity should preferably include the popular elements of some box office blockbusters in recent years. The butterfly effect just meets the above 3 points: low cost, new ideas, and time travel elements to follow the trend of last year's box office champion, Back to the Future. In the office, as Jonathan Friedman read, the surroundings were quiet for a moment. When there was a knock on the door, Jonathan Friedman found that he had unknowingly started to read the text of the script. The text of the script in the standard Hollywood format also looks impeccable. The beautiful handwritten English not only does not have any sense of disobedience, but also makes people have a more comfortable reading experience. Immersed in reading, Jonathan Friedman was suddenly interrupted. He looked up with some displeasure and found that his assistant Owen Wright was standing by the door and gestured to him, and then he reacted. After looking at his schedule, Jonathan Friedman said to his assistant, "If Courtney doesn't have anything else to do, let her wait a while. The same goes for the next appointment. I'll be off work later today." Hearing this, Owen Wright looked at Simon, who was sitting with his back to him, with some surprise. He nodded and was about to leave the office when Jonathan Friedman called him back and said, "Also, make 2 cups of coffee." After the door closed again, Jonathan Friedman smiled at Simon, without explaining anything, but turned his attention back to the script in front of him. Simon didn't mind and casually glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist. The current time was 4:13. In other words, Jonathan Friedman should have only reserved 10 minutes for himself to meet. If he didn't perform well, he might have been sent away now. Simon didn't have any grudges about this, and he would probably do the same if he were in his place. Politeness is a person's cultivation, but work still has to follow the rules. He is still an unknown Hollywood rookie, so naturally he is only worth 10 minutes. Owen Wright quickly brought in 2 cups of coffee. Simon took the coffee cup, thanked him, and continued to wait patiently for Jonathan Friedman to read the script. Chapter 6. I am very curious about your age. After more than 20 minutes, Jonathan Friedman stopped thinking about reading more after reading more than half of the script. There are other things to do today, so now is not a good time to read the script. Moreover, although he only read half of it, Jonathan Friedman has determined that the quality of the script of The Butterfly Effect is absolutely as good as its story idea. If it can be filmed, it will definitely become a very classic film. Of course, with Jonathan Friedman's professional vision, the shortcomings of this script are also very obvious. First of all, the name Butterfly Effect seems too niche. Most ordinary people cannot understand this professional theoretical term that was only proposed in the 1970s, which will undoubtedly hinder many people's interest in the film. However, after Simon explained the meaning of the butterfly effect just now, Jonathan Friedman couldn't find any other more appropriate name for a while, so this point could only be put aside for the time being. Secondly, the overall style of the story is too gloomy. Especially at the end of the story, the male protagonist returns to the mother's body and strangles himself with the umbilical cord. If you think about it carefully, it even makes people feel creepy. However, the whole script just fits the style of his client's work. While reading just now, Jonathan Friedman was actually thinking about something. Due to the internal turmoil of WMA, a large number of clients left, and Jonathan Friedman was also affected. Brian De Palma, a well-known Hollywood director who had directed films such as Carrie and Scarface, was recently invited to switch to CAA. According to the information he received, CAA even prepared a project as a meeting gift. The reason why Brian De Palma did not leave as cleanly as Al Pacino, Barbra Streisand and others was mainly due to some friendship cultivated over the years of cooperation. However, Brian De Palma's 2 consecutive big-budget films with investments of more than $10 million in recent years ended in failure. As an agent, if he cannot find a high-quality project with sufficient box office guarantee for the other party as soon as possible, Jonathan Friedman believes that he will soon lose this client. Now, The Butterfly Effect seems to be the most appropriate. It is a novel enough idea, a wonderful story script, and it is also the thriller type that Brian De Palma is best at. Moreover, judging from the plot, the budget of the film will not be too high, which will undoubtedly make it easier for the studio to set up the project. With all these favorable elements added together, Jonathan Friedman believes that The Butterfly Effect is really unlikely to fail, and it will not be much worse than Brian De Palma's famous work Carrie. Moreover, as a group play with richer roles, this film can be used to promote young artists under his name. Since CAA can make a series of successful packaged projects, there is no reason why WMA, whose overall strength is no less than CAA, cannot copy the other party's experience. Now, the low budget and low risk, The Butterfly Effect can obviously be used as a good packaged project to try. After weighing all the details, Jonathan Friedman looked up at the young man opposite. Perhaps, occasionally signing a movie screenwriter is also a good choice. Having made up his mind, Jonathan Friedman spoke again. So, Simon, do you have any other scripts? Simon listened to Jonathan Friedman's tone and realized that his trip today would be worthwhile. However, since The Butterfly Effect had already aroused Jonathan Friedman's interest, he did not intend to take out another script immediately, as doing so would only distract the agent's attention during the script promotion process. In fact, Simon originally planned to submit a script every 1 to 2 months as long as he could find an agent. Nevertheless, in order to continue to increase his weight in Jonathan Friedman's heart, Simon still confirmed and answered, "Yes, but the script is still being perfected and it will take some time. This is a story about death, combined with a certain fatalistic view of the East. In the Eastern concept, they believe that if the god of death confirms a person's death date, then this person will not be able to escape the entanglement of death no matter what." Jonathan Friedman originally just asked politely, but Simon's words aroused his interest again. However, Simon did not continue to speak, and Jonathan Friedman did not ask any more questions. There will be many opportunities to chat in the future, but now we still have to deal with the current issues. In that case, let's talk about the contract. Simon, since you have done so much preparation, you must have a certain understanding of signing with an agency. Tell me your requirements first. Simon nodded and said without hesitation, "First of all, I only write scripts that I am interested in. I don't accept commissioned scripts or long-term employment. Therefore, I hope to sign a simple script agency contract." Just hearing Simon's first request, Jonathan Friedman couldn't help shaking his head. The total number of film and television programs based on original scripts in Hollywood each year is only a few hundred. If you only rely on original scripts to make a living, the two major writers' unions on the East and West coasts of North America, with a total of more than 10,000 members, may starve to death. Therefore, most Hollywood screenwriters still rely on various commissioned tasks such as script adaptation, script doctor, and long-term employment by film and television production companies. The request Simon made at this time is equivalent to limiting his personal career to a very narrow range. He wanted to explain it, but looking at the young face opposite, Jonathan Friedman chose to give up the idea. "Since you are young and frivolous, it is better to experience more setbacks." Simon probably understood Jonathan Friedman's thoughts from his expression, but he didn't pause and continued, "Secondly, if conditions permit, I hope to try my hand at being a film director, so I hope to retain a certain degree of autonomy over my script." Jonathan Friedman felt his eyes twitch, and he looked at Simon again before finally saying, "Actually, Simon, I'm very curious about your age." Simon took out his wallet, took out his driver's license and handed it over, saying, "Mr. Friedman, although I don't intend to hide this from you, I still think that in the process of selling the script, you need to avoid talking about my personal age with the senior management of the film company." Jonathan Friedman took Simon's driver's license and glanced at the date of birth on it. February 22, 1968. Although he knew it in his mind, Jonathan couldn't help but glance at the date on the display of the desk phone. Today was June 19, 1986. In other words, the little guy in front of him just turned 18 at the beginning of this year. Jonathan Friedman shook his head and smiled, handing the driver's license back to Simon. He said, "Okay, I will try to ignore this point next. But, Simon, you should know that most Hollywood directors only get their first chance to direct a film after the age of 30, so you are still too." Simon did not wait for Jonathan Friedman to finish, and could not help shaking his head and interrupting, "You are wrong, Joe. Steven Spielberg is not, Martin Scorsese is not, George Lucas is not, and Francis Ford Coppola is not. In this case, why should I be the mediocre majority?" Jonathan Friedman was stunned. Many years later, Jonathan Friedman still clearly remembered the resounding words of the high-spirited teenager in his office one afternoon in the summer of 1986. "Steven Spielberg is not, Martin Scorsese is not, George Lucas is not, Francis Ford Coppola is not." He didn't know that the young man had less than $100 in his pocket at that time. If he couldn't find a job to make a living as soon as possible, he would probably have to sleep on the street. After a long while, Jonathan Friedman came to his senses and continued to discuss the contract with Simon. Simon had left a deep impression on him in this meeting, and Jonathan Friedman couldn't help but no longer put forward too harsh contract conditions to Simon based on the standards of a newcomer. In fact, in the final analysis, the height that a screenwriter can reach in Hollywood is ultimately limited, and the income brought to the agent is insignificant compared to an agent of Jonathan Friedman's level. Jonathan Friedman instinctively felt that giving this young man some convenience at this time might bring unexpected gains in the future. Therefore, the two quickly negotiated the basic contract framework. A simple script agency contract, the contract period is 3 years, and the commission is 10%. Simon has a certain degree of autonomy over his own script. Simply put, if he wants to direct one of his own scripts, he does not need to go through an agent to prepare the project himself. The detailed content of the contract is naturally not so simple, so Simon needs to come back to sign tomorrow. Finally, in order to ease Jonathan Friedman's obvious fear, Simon took the initiative to explain that his next goal was just to make some ultra-low-cost experimental films as a practice. Probably a 16mm camera, a few $1,000s, and 2 or 3 people. Jonathan Friedman was indeed more willing to accept Simon's words, and offered to provide some help within his ability. The two had a good chat, and when the meeting ended, the time had passed 5:40 unknowingly. After saying goodbye to Jonathan Friedman, who personally sent him to the door of the office, Simon turned around and found that there were 2 men and 1 woman waiting in the lounge outside, all young people. As the office door opened, the 3 people who were chatting stood up respectfully, and couldn't help but look at Simon, the guy who made them wait for more than an hour. The two young men looked at each other with obvious envy and vigilance, and the girl with short black hair also looked at Simon with curiosity. Simon just nodded slightly to the three people. Although he felt that the short-haired girl looked familiar, he walked out without thinking too much. It was not until he left the WMA headquarters building that Simon remembered a name that Jonathan Friedman mentioned more than an hour ago, and then he realized that the short-haired girl should be Courteney Cox, the obsessive-compulsive Monica Geller in the famous Friends. Chapter 7, right? She looked at the boy curiously as he left. She heard Jonathan Friedman calling her, and then she hurried to the agent's office. Jonathan just motioned for her to sit down first, and then began to whisper something to Owen Wright, who was called in with him. She could only continue to wait patiently, not daring to show any dissatisfaction, but she envied the boy in her heart. Could he be a child of a Hollywood family to be treated so solemnly by Jonathan? This idea was overturned as soon as it arose in her mind. The other party's clothes did not look like a rich man. Although she pretended to be indifferent, she still heard clearly that Jonathan asked Owen to prepare a contract according to his memorandum and to take a script to copy. It was obviously related to the boy just now. What a lucky guy. Fortunately he is a boy and will not compete with her, but Pazda and others will have rivals in the future. Thinking of this, she felt a little gloating in her heart. After Owen left, Jonathan talked about her. NBC finally canceled The Incredibles, which was her first TV show. But she was not too disappointed. She still wanted to be a movie star, and participating in TV shows was just to accumulate experience. Jonathan had just been promoted to vice president of WMA. Although it was easy for talent agencies to get a vice president position as long as they had big-name clients, the vice president of WMA should still be able to bring her more opportunities. The agent did not disappoint her. Warner Pictures was preparing a fantasy comedy called Beetlejuice, with a budget of $15 million. This was a big production. The production cost of Top Gun was only $15 million. Jonathan had helped her get an audition for a supporting role with a heavy role. In addition, there was an audition for the leading actress of an MGM TV movie, both of which would be next week. After discussing the matter, she left happily with 2 audition materials. She picked up her car in the parking lot, turned onto Camino Street, and after thinking about it, she decided to go south and take Olympic Boulevard back to Santa Monica. It was rush hour, and the Wilshire Boulevard to the north was definitely a dead end. The traffic on Olympic Boulevard was indeed sparse. She drove forward for 2 or 3 minutes, about to leave Century City, but unexpectedly saw a figure not far ahead. He was wearing a cheap black t-shirt, washed jeans that were a little bleached, and a light gray canvas backpack. It was obviously that guy. Moreover, his shabby and unruly appearance walking on the city road where cars were flowing like water under the setting sun actually gave people a feeling of wandering around the world, like a lonely wandering poet. Her eyes were attracted, and she unconsciously slowed down the car and moved to the side of the road. This guy has a great figure. With such a shallow thought in her mind, she rolled down the window and greeted the figure on the side of the road. Hi. After leaving the WMA headquarters, Simon called the woman at a telephone booth on the street using the contact information left by Kathryn, wanting to tell her that he had confirmed the contract with Jonathan Friedman. But no one answered the phone, so Simon could only choose to leave a message. Then he began to think about where to stay next. Renting a house was definitely impossible for the time being, so he could only choose to stay in a hotel. If he only considered the price, there were naturally many places to go. But in Los Angeles, the issue of safety was an issue that had to be treated very carefully. Moreover, he didn't have a car, so he couldn't live too far away from the WMA headquarters. After considering between Hollywood in the north and Santa Monica in the east, Simon decided to go to Santa Monica. In his memory, there were many cheap motels on both sides of the 405 highway that crossed Beverly Hills and Santa Monica. Having made up his mind, Simon walked south along Camino Street and then turned to Olympic Boulevard. The downtown area of Santa Monica was about 6 or 7 kilometers away from here, and it would take at most an hour to walk, so Simon was not in a hurry. After walking for about 20 minutes, Simon felt a white car slowly approaching him. Just as he was a little confused, a girl's voice came from the lowered window to greet him. The driver's seat was on the left, and Simon looked down into the car and found that it was Courteney Cox, whom he had just met at WMA. Entering Hollywood, Simon will also sign a contract with a talent agency giant like WMA. He knows that he will definitely meet many faces that he could only see on the big screen in the past. Therefore, he did not feel anything special about the encounter with Monica from Friends. Seeing Courteney Cox take the initiative to greet him, Simon was a little surprised, but still responded politely, "Hello." Courteney Cox saw the boy outside the car window looking at her with bright eyes, raised her hand and made a random gesture, and then said, "Well, we just met in Jonathan's office. I live in Santa Monica. Do you want a ride?" "Okay, thank you." Simon smiled and nodded. The curb under his feet was painted in a striking red color. This was a sign of no parking, so he did not hesitate and stretched out his hand to open the car door. Courteney Cox put away the audition materials that had just been placed on the passenger seat and threw them into the back seat. When Simon came in and sat down, she immediately stepped on the accelerator. After the car was running smoothly, Courteney looked up at the boy next to her through the rearview mirror and said, "My name is Courteney Cox, what's yours?" "Simon Westeros." Simon answered, looking at the girl next to him through the rearview mirror. At this time, Courteney Cox was in her early 20s, with short hair like a tomboy, and a thin face, so her eyes looked big, giving people a feeling of vigor and vitality. Although she was very beautiful, she could not hide her immaturity, lacking some of the charm in Friends. "Oh," Courteney nodded, retracted her gaze from the rearview mirror to the boy next to her, and looked at the road ahead to find a topic. "So, are you familiar with Jonathan?" Simon shook his head and said, "No, we were introduced by a friend, and we met for the first time today." "Then you are really amazing. You can chat with Jonathan for more than an hour on our first meeting. Have you just arrived in Los Angeles, and are you also planning to be an actor?" "No, I'm a screenwriter." Courteney turned her head to look at Simon in surprise, then quickly retracted her gaze and said, "That's even more amazing." After all, it was their first contact, and the two of them just chatted casually without any purpose. A few minutes later, the car crossed the 405 highway and entered the city of Santa Monica. After driving forward for less than a kilometer, Simon signaled Courteney to stop and let him go. After saying goodbye to the girl, Simon began to look for a place to stay on the streets of Santa Monica. As Simon remembered, there were indeed many motels nearby. However, after learning that Simon did not have any type of bank card and wanted to stay for a long time but could not pay enough deposit in advance, most hotels refused Simon. After searching for several blocks, Simon finally found a hotel in an alley near the southern edge of the city that was willing to accept him. The owner, who introduced himself as Diego Salcardo, was of Spanish descent, in his 60s, and a first-generation immigrant. After listening to a few words of the owner's heavily accented English, Simon tried to communicate with him in Spanish, and they had a very pleasant conversation. Finally, the owner agreed to rent a single room on the second floor of the hotel near the road to Simon for $100 per week. Simon only needed to pay a deposit of $50 first, and the subsequent rent could be paid once a week. Obviously seeing Simon's tight financial situation, the owner kindly reminded him that he didn't need to reserve tips for the room cleaner because his wife did it. The whole process once again made Simon realize the truth of how important it is to master a foreign language. It took a whole day to sign the contract the next day. In order to avoid any clauses that caught him off guard, Simon carefully studied the contents of the more than 20-page contract several times. Although he couldn't afford a lawyer now, fortunately, the relevant information in his memory was enough. Finally, he discussed with Jonathan Friedman again to add and remove some details. After signing the agency contract, the next thing to do is to wait. Even though Jonathan Friedman is optimistic about the script of The Butterfly Effect, the script sales are definitely not something that can be completed overnight. Many scripts will even stay in the hands of agents for several years. Simon is also mentally prepared for this situation. However, although he signed a 3-year contract with Jonathan Friedman, Simon would not hang himself on the tree of WMA without any defense. There is also a restrictive clause in the detailed contract content. If Jonathan Friedman fails to reach a deal with the film company after Simon submits 3 scripts in a row, then Simon has the right to terminate the agency relationship with the other party after 3 months of the 3rd script submission, and the full contract period exceeds 9 months. After getting the contract with WMA, Simon began to work on his livelihood. In fact, Simon is obviously more handy in this regard than other things. It only took 2 days for Simon to find a job in a large supermarket in the Midtown area of Santa Monica. This 24-hour supermarket called Griffin's Supermarket should be a non-chain self-operated store. When Roger Griffin, the middle-aged fat boss of the supermarket who interviewed Simon, saw this good-looking boy skillfully completing a series of tasks such as replenishment, inventory, stacking and even cashiering, he immediately felt that Simon had a bright future and readily hired him. However, in terms of salary, perhaps because he believed that Simon was a Hollywood drifter who could not find many jobs, Roger Griffin seemed very stingy and was only willing to pay the most basic hourly wage of $3.50. The only advantage is that the salary for this job is settled weekly, and Simon can get $140 every week, which is just enough for him to pay for the most basic living expenses. However, on the third day of work, Simon had to face a somewhat thorny problem. When he checked into the hotel a week ago, he had less than $100 left in his pocket, and he also paid a deposit of $50. Now, the time to settle the first week's rent has come, but the day for Griffin's Supermarket to settle the salary has not yet arrived. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Encounter. The kind Spanish old man had already given Simon a lot of convenience when he checked in. If he left the hotel, it would be difficult for Simon to find a better place to stay in a short time. After thinking about it, after handing over the shift in the afternoon, Simon found Roger Griffin to discuss whether he could pay a week's salary in advance. The supermarket owner, who had the potential to be a traitor, did not refuse outright, but said that the salary of everyone in the store would only be settled once a week. Simon only worked 3 days this week. If he wanted to settle in advance, he would only get 3 days' salary this week. Simon did not intend to grind his teeth with Roger Griffin for a few $dozen, and readily agreed. 3 days' salary plus the remaining money in his pocket was enough. As for the time difference next week, Simon also planned to find a temporary part-time job with more flexible settlement. Then, Simon's straightforwardness made the middle-aged fat man, who was not too bad after all, a little embarrassed, and he still had a conscience and rounded up a whole number for him and paid $100. After leaving Griffin's Supermarket, Simon walked for more than 20 minutes back to the hotel where he lived. This is a typical concave-shaped motel, a white 2-story wooden building with more than 10 rooms in total, and several cars parked in the yard. The sun was shining brightly in Los Angeles in the afternoon. Walking into the yard, Simon saw the hotel owner Diego Salcardo, who was sitting under the eaves with a guitar in his arms, playing and singing by himself, looking very happy. In Simon's previous concept, guitar was basically a musical instrument for young people. He played it for a while in college, but never touched it again after work. But in the eyes of Westerners, where music is a part of life, there is obviously no such concept constraint. Finding a chair and sitting next to the Spanish old man, Simon listened quietly for a while. The old man was playing an old song of Elvis Presley, Blue Suede Shoes. If you don't consider the strong Spanish accent when humming, the old man's guitar level is barely audible. Simon felt a little surprised to make such an evaluation in his heart. His own guitar level used to be only able to play a simple "My Desk Mate" and so on, which was definitely far worse than the Spanish old man at this time. Although the old-school tune of Blue Suede Shoes is completely not to Simon's taste, it is undeniable that this song is still very difficult to play. However, after a little thought, Simon understood. Among the other 12 memories, there is still a top Hollywood composer, so it is natural for him to play an entry-level instrument like guitar. Moreover, there are many guitar lovers among the other versatile Hollywood elites. The old man finished singing a song leisurely before turning to Simon and asking directly in Spanish, "Why did you come back so early today?" Simon did not answer, but smiled and took out his wallet, took out the $100 bill from it and handed it to the old man, and replied in the same Spanish, "Diego, this is my room money for last week, and thank you for taking care of me during this time." The old man nodded, took the money, but glanced at Simon's wallet, and said with sarcasm and concern, "Without this $100, you will be hungry soon, right?" "Not really," Simon shook his head and smiled. "I found a church nearby. I should be able to get some food stamps." When the old man heard Simon's thoughts, he laughed and said, "I like young people like you who go with the flow, but it's too ungodly to do this. Hey, do you know how to play the guitar?" Simon was a little confused when he saw the old man handing him the guitar, but he still held it in his arms, almost subconsciously retuned the strings, and then began to pluck it, still the song Blue Suede Shoes that the old man had just played. As soon as the tune started, the innkeeper couldn't help shaking his head. The boy obviously knew how to play guitar, but he was very awkward. However, seeing Simon's concentration, the old man didn't interrupt. Then, the Spanish old man witnessed a miracle that stunned him. In just 10 minutes, Simon's playing went from awkward to proficient at a jaw-dropping speed. The old man was also an amateur in guitar, so it was difficult for him to describe Simon's guitar level in detail. However, the old man deeply realized that if Simon's playing level was still a block behind his own 10 minutes ago, then, after only 10 minutes, this young man's guitar level had surpassed his own 10 blocks, and even reached a level of mastery. When Simon stopped playing, the Spanish old man immediately asked, "Kid, have you learned guitar before?" Simon nodded. He was also very surprised by his performance just now, and could only explain to the old man vaguely, "I haven't played it for many years." The Spanish old man obviously couldn't understand what Simon meant by many years, but he finally found a reason for his surprise. In that case, the Spanish old man took his guitar back and put it in the guitar case next to him, but then handed it back to Simon and said, "Give me your backpack and take it to the beach. Now is the peak tourist season. I think with your level, playing there for a few hours will be enough for the food money for the next few days." Simon was just stunned for a moment, and then he readily handed over the backpack that had been inseparable from him these days, took the guitar case and put it on his shoulder, and smiled at the old man a little bit more presumptuous. "Diego, you lent me all the Gibson guitars, and let me use the car too. It's going to be dark if we walk from here to the beach." "You little guy." The old man shook his head, but still took out a key and handed it to Simon, but deliberately said in a very mercenary tone, "Don't forget to refuel. Los Angeles, with its long coastline, has many well-known beaches, and the most lively one is undoubtedly Venice Beach, which is adjacent to Santa Monica Beach. Venice Beach is even more lively in summer. In addition to countless tourists from all over the world, the pedestrian street of Venice Beach is also home to various street performers, artists, painters, cyclists, roller skating enthusiasts and other groups, making the entire beach like a lively carnival." Simon drove for more than 10 minutes to Venice Beach, spent $2 to park his car in the paid parking lot, and then stepped onto the famous pedestrian street on the beach with his guitar on his back. A moment later, Simon stopped at an intersection with a good flow of people on the street. Putting the guitar case at his feet and holding the guitar to reconfirm the feel, Simon randomly selected a song Rocket Man by Elton John from his memory and began to sing. After 2 lives, Simon did not feel embarrassed about singing on the street. He felt that it would be more embarrassing if a grown man could not support himself. The superb guitar level that was suddenly inspired attracted the attention of passers-by unconsciously. Although Simon, who was used to focusing, rarely interacted with people around him, there were always 2s and 3s of tourists around him, listening to the songs for a while, putting down some change, and then leaving. The setting sun began to fall to the sea level without anyone noticing. The orange-red light projected from Simon's back, making his shadow longer and longer. From 4 o'clock to now, nearly 3 hours have passed, and Simon doesn't feel very tired. Glancing at the violin case covered with a thick layer of coins under his feet, Simon thought that maybe he didn't need to find a second part-time job, so that he could spend his time on other things. Thinking of this, he was about to finish the last song and call it a day, but a hand stretched out from the side above the violin case. It was a very beautiful hand, slender, and painted with fiery red nail polish. It was obviously a woman's hand. These thoughts flashed through Simon's mind, but he lowered his eyes and found that the beautiful woman's hand didn't seem to intend to put money into the violin case, but reached for the only $10 bill in it. "This is too much?" So Simon raised his right foot and gently stepped on the hand that wanted to do evil. The owner of the hand didn't seem to expect Simon's action, and Simon didn't expect that the hand would not dodge. So, until Simon's right foot landed, a somewhat exaggerated female voice came from the side. "Ah, little boy, how could you step on others? It's so abominable." Simon had no choice but to press the strings, retract his feet, and turn his head to look to the side. Janet Johnston, who was squatting next to the guitar case, was staring at him fiercely with an accusing look on her face, without any awareness of being caught as a thief. Kathryn Bigelow stood next to her friend, with a helpless expression, and smiled apologetically at Simon. Simon ignored the crazy woman who was still squatting on the ground and looked at Kathryn happily. He called Kathryn once after meeting with Jonathan Friedman last week, but unfortunately no one answered, so he could only leave a message. I didn't expect to meet her by chance at this time. Kathryn was still wearing a simple shirt and trousers today, looking very capable. Simon looked the woman up and down and said, "What a coincidence, Kathryn, how come you are here?" Although there was no aggression in the boy's eyes, Kathryn still felt a little unnatural. She slightly dodged Simon's gaze and said softly, "Jenny's studio is here. I'm attending a production meeting in Beverly this afternoon, and I'll come back to Malibu with Jenny." Simon nodded and said, "So, is it Blood Night? How is the preparation going?" "The casting is about to be completed, but the production company has some financial problems, so it may take a few months to start filming," Kathryn said, and then said, "I saw your message. Also, Mr. Friedman also called me. He is very optimistic about you, but he is very surprised at your age." Simon smiled, looked at his watch, and said to Kathryn, "I haven't thanked you properly for this matter. Since we meet, how about I treat you to dinner?" Janet had always been ignored by Simon, and she already had some inexplicable resentment in her heart. When she heard him say this, she immediately pointed to the change in Simon's violin case and said jokingly, "Little boy, you're not going to use this money to treat us to a meal, are you?" Chapter 9 Venice Beach Paranormal Events. Simon finally looked at Janet Johnston, with a slight smile, and said seriously, "Actually, I only want to invite Kathryn, but it's okay for you to come too." Hearing this, Janet immediately pulled Kathryn to her side, as if she was afraid that Simon would snatch the woman away. However, in a flash, she reacted again, extended a slender index finger and continued to gesture at the violin case at her feet, saying, "I mean, with all this money, you can't even open a bottle of good red wine." Simon plucked the strings casually and said, "Let's not drink red wine this time. I'm a boy and I have to open red wine to treat two women to dinner. People will misunderstand me." Janet glanced at Simon's clothes and said contemptuously, "Who would misunderstand you?" Simon also glanced at the Hermes bag on Janet's shoulder and smiled, "Yes, so I'm afraid that you two will be misunderstood." Janet blinked a few times in a daze, and then she understood and glared at Simon fiercely, "Ah bah." Kathryn wanted to walk past Simon silently when she accidentally discovered Simon on the street. The last time they met, Simon left a deep impression on her. The woman subconsciously felt that such an outstanding boy would naturally be proud, and perhaps he didn't want to see him in such an embarrassing state at this time. It was only because her friend forced her to come over that Kathryn had to meet Simon. At this time, when Jenny was bullying Simon, Kathryn wanted to stop her, but when she noticed a faint smile on Simon's face, she suddenly understood a little more. He was naturally proud, and she could be sure of this from many details of their first meeting. However, this pride obviously did not carry any paranoia from the inferiority complex deep in his heart. Therefore, he did not feel how embarrassed he was at this time. Facing Jenny's bullying, he acted more like a mature and stable adult accommodating a naughty little girl. Most of the time, wasn't she also accommodating Jenny's little girl's temperament? Thinking of this, seeing that her friend didn't get any advantage in the verbal battle with Simon, Kathryn couldn't help laughing. "Which side are you from?" Hearing Kathryn's chuckle, Janet immediately glared at her with dissatisfaction, warned her, and immediately turned to Simon. The woman's eyes turned, and her face suddenly changed like a goblin. She no longer had any anger. She slowly took out her wallet from her bag, took out a $100 bill and shook it in front of Simon, then put it in the guitar case and said, "Hey, little boy, I haven't heard enough just now. Sing another song. But if I'm not satisfied, you have to take the money back." Simon nodded, "Okay, I'll open a bottle of red wine for you later." "Hey, didn't you hear it? I mean." Janet was about to make another statement, but the boy in front of her had already started plucking the strings. The expensive Gibson guitar with a clear tone made a series of short ding-dong notes. She felt a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it for a moment, so she subconsciously said, "This, I know, it's..." Simon plucked the strings repeatedly several times to get familiar with the feel, looked up at the two women in front of him, with a faint smile on his lips, and said, "Flight of the Bumblebee, for Jenny." As soon as the words fell, the lively and rapid music had already jumped on the strings in front of Simon. The rapid melody that started with a series of fast descending scales immediately made people think of a flexible wasp leaning down and rushing towards the evil weaver and cook in the story. Then, the melody began to roll up and down, just like the wasp's agile movement. As the most famous piece of music in the Russian composer Korsakov's opera The Story of Satan, Flight of the Bumblebee appeared in many film and television works such as The Green Hornet, Shining Style, and Secret. With its extremely fast melody, it has gradually become a famous virtuoso song for many musicians to show their musical skills. Compared with those guitarists who blindly pursue speed and make a lot of mistakes or even play Flight of the Bumblebee as a nest of exploding wasps, Simon pays more attention to the integrity of the song, so he does not deliberately pursue speed. However, the standard 16th note music, with Simon's hand speed of about 170 beats per minute, suddenly flowed out at a high speed, and still instantly formed a wonderful freeze-frame picture around the street. Almost all the pedestrians within the range of the piano sound were stunned for a short time, and then everyone focused their eyes on a big boy with a focused expression. The mother pushing the stroller stopped, the couple selecting handicrafts put down the nesting dolls in their hands, the boy who wanted to quickly pass the crowd stepped on the skateboard under his feet, the middle-aged man on the bench on the street moved the newspaper in front of him, the crazy woman who wanted to continue to find faults also widened her eyes and pursed her lips tightly. At this moment, the focused big boy in front of him seemed to be the center of this universe. The melody sounded for more than 10 seconds, and a young girl in fashionable clothes who was standing in front of the stall next to Simon seemed to wake up from a dream, and hurriedly pointed the lens of the Super 8mm camera in her hand at a boy. In fact, she had passed by the boy half an hour ago. When she heard him sing Joni Mitchell's song Big Yellow Taxi with a very unique arrangement, she remembered her immature and rebellious teenage years. In the new year when she just entered the 9th grade, in order to prepare for the school Christmas party, she rehearsed Joni Mitchell's song with her friends in the basement of her friend's house under the pressure of her strict parents. He built a road to heaven. Built a parking lot. There are also boutiques, pink hotels, and various playgrounds. Joni Mitchell is really a poet, and people admire her. So many years have passed. Looking back suddenly, it seems like a lifetime ago. She likes music, painting, and movies, and dreams of becoming an artist like Joni Mitchell, but later she followed her parents' wishes and entered Yale Law School. In the blink of an eye, it is already the last year of her doctoral degree in law. On an unintentional trip, on the street, she heard the song again, and many thoughts of her teenage years suddenly came to her mind. So, after wandering around Venice Beach for a while, she turned back unconsciously and hid beside him pretending to be a passerby, wanting to listen to the boy singing Big Yellow Taxi again. For this reason, she took out the camera from her bag and wanted to secretly record a video of him singing. Then she heard the conversation between him and the two women just now. And the amazing flight of the bumblebee. Her name is also Jenny. Standing beside and listening to the boy say Flight of the Bumblebee, for Jenny, the string in her heart was even plucked. Many people on the street came over, and she was no longer reserved. She walked over quietly, hiding herself in the crowd, adjusting the camera lens in her hand, aiming at the figure in front of her who was concentrating on plucking the strings, and at the same time, she felt a little shocked by the profound guitar skills of this shabby boy. She had learned piano, and the top pianist her parents specially invited to teach her happened to demonstrate this song to her and explain many details to her. Therefore, she knew that it was not too difficult to play Flight of the Bumblebee, but it was not easy to play it well. Moreover, it is more difficult to perfectly express this song with a guitar with only a few strings compared to piano. But the boy in front of her not only did this, but also created a strong sense of image of a wasp flying among the crowd through his perfect performance in the small world surrounded by the sound of the piano. Then, what surprised her even more was that after completing the first 70-second performance, the boy did not pause at all and immediately started the second time, and the rhythm was obviously faster, but the tune did not change at all. This should be more than 200 beats per minute, right? She thought to herself, and a minute passed quickly. The cycle was repeated again, and the tune was accelerated again. Then again. When it was played for the 5th time, she felt that even if the boy's hand speed could not reach 300 beats per minute, it was probably not much different. The 16th note Flight of the Bumblebee, 4 notes per beat, and a hand speed of nearly 300 beats, is already the level that only the top guitarists can achieve. At this time, it suddenly appeared on an ordinary street boy. Is this my own hallucination? Or is it the Venice Beach paranormal incident? Although it felt a little incredible, she still instinctively felt that the boy could definitely play faster. However, when the last performance was over, the sound of the piano stopped abruptly. She looked down from the boy's profile and found that his palm was carefully pressing on the strings, obviously not intending to continue. A series of sighs with a hint of regret seemed to float in the air. Then, all the pedestrians watching on the street applauded enthusiastically. She wanted to applaud as well, but found that she was still holding the camera in her hand. So she quickly turned it off, put it down without leaving a trace, and looked at him guiltily. Although she failed to record the big yellow taxi she wanted, this video is definitely enough for her to treasure. Amid the applause of the crowd, the boy politely thanked everyone, and someone generously put several large bills in the boy's piano case. She glanced at it, and the $100 that the woman had just put in was still eye-catching. However, the $10 that she had put down half an hour ago when he was not paying attention had been covered by other banknotes. Inexplicably, she felt a little regretful. Although she still had a lot of cash in her wallet, she instinctively did not dare to go forward. She was afraid that he would notice her. She was such an inconspicuous girl. Thinking of this, after a moment of excitement, the crowd dispersed. She realized that she should turn around and leave, but there were still a few people, so it didn't matter if she stayed a little longer. Then she heard the woman who had been very rude to him just now asked him in a stuttering tone, little boy, last time you said, which mental hospital did you come from? Chapter 10, Changes in the Script. Simon didn't feel the girl in the crowd watching him silently. Hearing Janet's words, he just smiled and said, "Why, are you going to live there for a while?" Janet nodded honestly, "Yes, if I can become like you, I can live there for a few years." Kathryn also came back to her senses at this time. In addition to being surprised, she also felt a strong curiosity about Simon's past. However, after hearing Janet's words, Kathryn glared at her friend with a warning, "Jenny, don't joke about this kind of thing again." Janet felt a rare seriousness in Kathryn's words, and immediately shrank her neck, took her arm and shook it flatteringly, and really stopped talking. Simon calmed down his heartbeat that had just been a little rapid after concentrating on playing. Noticing Janet's little action, he smiled, handed the guitar in his arms to Kathryn in front of him and said, "Can you help me hold it?" Kathryn reached out to take it, still a little confused. Simon had already squatted down and started to sort out the coins in the guitar case in front of him. Wanting to help and feel the guitar in her hands, Kathryn had to stand and carefully hold the guitar in her arms. Janet looked at the guitar in front of her, stretched out her hand, and was opened by Kathryn. She pouted in dissatisfaction, and simply squatted down to help Simon sort out the coins. She also picked up a 5-cent coin and criticized a guy for being too stingy. Soon all the coins in the guitar case were sorted out. Even without counting the $100 bill Janet had just handed over, there were more than $260, far exceeding Simon's expectations. Let Janet hold a small pile of coins. Simon stuffed the banknotes into the pocket of his jeans, took the guitar from Kathryn, carefully put it in the guitar case, put it on his shoulder, looked at the woman and said, "Well, let's go for dinner." "Okay." Kathryn did not hesitate this time, smiled and nodded, and took the initiative to suggest, "There's a good Mexican restaurant nearby. It should be okay to walk there." "Of course, it's just to the north." "Oh, how are you going to get back later?" "My car is in the parking lot over there." "What a coincidence, mine is also over there, but I borrowed the car from the hotel owner, a very nice person." "Is the guitar also borrowed?" "Yes." Janet stood there, staring blankly at the man and woman who were about to walk away side by side, and then looked down at the coins she was still holding in her hand. What happened? Was she just forgotten like this? Thinking of this, Janet was immediately furious and shouted in a hoarse voice in the street, "Simon Westeros, if you dare to take another step, I will throw away these things." The eyes of many people on the pedestrian street were attracted again. Simon and Kathryn also turned around and looked at the angry Janet. Simon hurried back and said, "Sorry, Jenny, here, let me take it." Janet threw all the coins into Simon's hands and glared at Kathryn with grievance. Both of them were a little embarrassed. Kathryn stepped forward to hold Janet, and Simon put the coins away. The three of them walked north again. Looking at Janet, who deliberately stood between them, Simon had to make small talk and said, "So, Kathryn, you just said that Jenny's studio is here." "What studio?" "An art studio, Kathryn replied, "Jenny is a painter. When you have money in the future, you can buy her paintings." "Oh, of course. I won't sell it to you, little bastard. I'll pay a high price." "No. Double." "Ugh. Haha." Kathryn chuckled, and seeing her friend glaring at her again, she quickly said to Simon, "Jenny is also amazing. She actually graduated from Columbia Business School. Buffett also studied at Columbia Business School." "Simon, you know Buffett, right?" Simon nodded and said, "Of course." Kathryn continued, "That year, Buffett returned to Columbia University to give a speech, and Jenny argued with Buffett in the auditorium. If it wasn't for the dean of the business school to smooth things over, Jenny almost embarrassed the other party." "You're really amazing." Simon smiled and continued to ask, "Then why did you change to being a painter?" This time, Kathryn just glanced at her bestie, smiled and didn't explain. Janet saw Simon also curiously looking at her, and simply rolled her eyes. Chatting casually, the three of them came to a nearby Mexican restaurant. Although Simon had several $100s in his pocket, the two women only ordered a $25 set meal. However, Simon still obeyed Jenny's will and ordered a bottle of pretty good red wine with her $100. After dinner, Simon also left the motel's contact information to Kathryn before parting with the two women. After paying the dinner bill, Simon still had more than $100 left in his hand, enough to support the salary for the supermarket job next week, so he gave up the idea of wasting time on part-time jobs. After solving his own financial troubles, Simon was completely settled in Los Angeles. Once the days seemed to be unchanged, they often passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was already the third week since Simon arrived in Los Angeles, and the time entered July. Outside of work, Simon basically maintained a frequency of 2 phone calls with Jonathan Friedman every week. The agent did not hide from him the idea of making the Butterfly Effect into a packaged project. Last Wednesday, Simon rushed to the WMA headquarters at the invitation of Jonathan Friedman and talked with Brian De Palma, the film director that the agent had chosen, for more than half an hour. Brian De Palma became famous for Carrie in the 1970s, but Simon knew that he was also the director of Tom Cruise's first Mission Impossible 10 years later. He can be said to be one of the most famous evergreen directors in Hollywood. Therefore, although Brian De Palma's taking over the Butterfly Effect will to some extent cover up the brilliance of the script itself, Simon is also happy to see the participation of this well-known director promote the entire project. Originally, everything seemed to be going very smoothly. However, when he talked to his agent on the phone 2 days ago, the other party told him that something had changed. Friedman's original idea was to use all the artists in his hands, but after the script of the Butterfly Effect spread within the company, some other senior executives of WMA also had ideas about this project. The agent didn't explain it very clearly this time. Simon couldn't figure out the details, but he also knew that he would have to wait patiently for a while. As a newcomer who had just debuted, he naturally couldn't have much influence on the internal game of WMA. At this time, he could only be a chess piece. On the other hand, after the first week of financial difficulties, Simon only kept the job at Griffin's Supermarket and started some other plans. It was another ordinary Thursday afternoon, but tomorrow was July 4th, the American Independence Day, and then the whole weekend. Therefore, many people have already fallen into the atmosphere of the holiday in advance, and the flow of customers in the supermarket has obviously increased a lot. So, how is it today? Standing behind the cashier, Simon saw Courteney Cox coming over with a bunch of snacks. While helping the girl check out, he casually greeted her. Less than a week after working at Griffin's Supermarket, Simon discovered that Courteney Cox happened to live nearby and often shopped in this store. Courteney also found this matter very interesting. Every time she came to buy something, she would chat with Simon on purpose, and the two of them became familiar with each other unconsciously. However, Courteney was obviously in a very bad mood today. Hearing Simon's greeting, Courteney, who is already a little depressed, said unhappily, "I just received a notice of failed audition. What do you think will happen?" Simon smiled and said, "There is no need to be so discouraged. You are so qualified. There will definitely be more opportunities. Speaking of which, I am preparing an experimental film recently. How about you be the heroine?" Experimental film. Courteney glanced at Simon's supermarket clerk outfit and teased, "Let's not talk about whether you can make a movie or not. First of all, do you have money?" "When Joe sells my script, I will probably have money," Simon said, packing Courtney's snacks, and said, "A total of $19.75. Courtney handed over $2.10 bills, still a little venomous. "You have been here for a few weeks and there is no movement. When Joe sells your script, maybe I will be a big star like Michelle Pfeiffer. The money from your script can't even pay a fraction of my salary." Simon gave Courtney change and said, "Michelle Pfeiffer shouldn't be expensive, right? But she is indeed a very attractive woman. Maybe I can have the chance to date her in the future." Courtney weighed the coins in her hand, rolled her eyes at Simon and said, "It's rare that you didn't get the change wrong while daydreaming." After such a ruthless blow to Simon, Courtney's mood was obviously much better. Before leaving, she said goodbye politely, then picked up the shopping bags and turned to leave. Simon threw the receipt Courtney pulled down into the trash can next to him. Seeing that there were no customers in the back, he was about to sit down and rest for a while. Then the fat body of Roger Griffin, the supermarket owner who liked to wander around the store to show his presence, came over, lay down next to the cash register, and said, "Hey, kid, it's a lame excuse to pick up girls like making a movie. I would have asked her out directly a long time ago. I've been worried about you for so many days." Simon didn't respond to the middle-aged fat man who definitely had the intention but not the courage to do so. Instead, he said, "I'm not making excuses. By the way, Roger, can you let me shoot some shots in your store when the time comes?" "Sure." Roger Griffin was still very straightforward and direct, "as long as you pay." "Of course I won't use it for nothing," Simon said with a smile, "but I have to make one thing clear first. This is a robbery scene." Seeing that Simon was not joking at all, Roger squinted his eyes and looked at him, and quickly said, "Okay, but you have to replace the store with a temporary new sign during filming, and the camera cannot show too specific address information." The movie in his memory took several weeks to convince a supermarket to cooperate in filming the robbery scene. Simon did not expect that it would be so smooth when it came to his turn, so he nodded immediately and raised his hand to Roger and said, "That's it." Although he was very pessimistic about Simon's idea of making a movie like Courtney, the middle-aged fat man still raised his hand and shook hands with him, saying, "Boy, if you really want to shoot one day, remember to save a role for me." Simon did not hesitate and simply said, "Of course, no problem." After chatting with Simon for a few words, Roger walked away leisurely. Simon continued to work for more than half an hour. When it was time to change shifts, he handed over to the employees of the next shift and left work with his light gray canvas backpack. Chapter 11 Misunderstanding. After leaving Griffin Supermarket, Simon did not return to the motel immediately, but walked through the streets of Santa Monica to scout the locations for his first film in advance. The first film Simon planned to make was Run Lola Run. Although the original version of Run Lola Run was not filmed in Los Angeles, Simon did not have enough money to be picky now. Since he was in Santa Monica, he directly confirmed the filming location of the new version of the film here. Choosing Run Lola Run was also the result of Simon's careful consideration. In the final analysis, this body is only 18 years old now. Under normal circumstances, Hollywood film companies with a little bit of rationality will not take millions of dollars to let a young man who is not even 20 years old take risks, and Simon now does not have the capital to invest in commercial films himself. Therefore, he must show enough strength, at least to some extent, to dispel Hollywood's concerns about his age. To do this, it is actually very simple, nothing more than proving it through works. Although some changes have occurred at WMA, the script income of The Butterfly Effect is already predictable. This is Simon's first capital, and he must make good use of it to knock on the door of Hollywood. Of course, no matter how high the price of a script is, it is impossible to have too many. Therefore, Simon has little choice and can only make an ultra-low-cost movie. Moreover, this movie must show enough value, either in terms of box office or awards. In terms of box office, Simon remembers many movies that simply created the miracle of low cost and high box office, such as The Blair Witch Project and Paranormal Activity. But in the final analysis, more than 90% of the success of these films is due to luck and just the right commercial operation, and has nothing to do with the quality of the film itself. The obvious evidence is that after the success of these films, the directors of the films no longer show much presence in Hollywood. Therefore, if Simon makes these films at this time, there is a 99% chance that he will get nothing. Even if there is a 1% chance that he can reap some benefits, Simon's ability in filmmaking will not be recognized by Hollywood. As for awards, This thing undoubtedly pays more attention to qualifications. Moreover, it is also extremely difficult to make an outstanding art film that can reach the award-winning level of several major film festivals with just the money earned from selling a script. After repeated selection, Run Lola Run, an alternative and avant-garde experimental film, seems to be the perfect choice for Simon. Run Lola Run also has a very low production cost. I remember it was 350,000 German marks, which is about 180,000 US dollars, but this was more than 10 years later. Now, as long as he saves a little, Simon thinks that 100,000 US dollars can basically get it done. Although it is a low-cost production, Run Lola Run also has sufficient artistic and commercial value. The film has not only won many awards, but also formed a trend among young people in Germany. Of course, for Simon, these are not the most important. What Simon values most is the perfect display of the directing ability of the film's main creators in Run Lola Run. After the birth of Run Lola Run in 1998, the film's dazzling use of techniques in editing, music, color, montage, camera techniques, etc. quickly made it a classic teaching case in film schools around the world, and it has had a very profound impact on many well-known directors. Doug Liman, the director of the classic Hollywood spy film The Bourne Supremacy series, once publicly admitted that the unique shooting style of The Bourne Supremacy was inspired by Run Lola Run. Doug Liman specially invited the heroine of Run Lola Run, Franca Potton, to play the leading role of The Bourne Supremacy. Therefore, by choosing Run Lola Run, even in the worst-case scenario, the film will not be satisfactory in terms of awards and box office in the future, Simon will have a chance to show his filmmaking skills to major Hollywood studios. Hollywood has its extremely conservative side, but at the same time it is a circle that worships genius and miracles. As long as a person can prove his strength and bring benefits to the film company, not many people will care whether this person is an angel or a devil, and age is naturally not a problem. On Washington Avenue in the north of downtown Santa Monica, Simon passed by this intersection and immediately saw the castle-like dark gray building across the street. It was a club. The buildings in Los Angeles are generally dominated by white and other light colors, which makes people feel monotonous and boring. Therefore, such an alternative dark gray building in front of him became very conspicuous. Simon quickly made a decision to make this dark gray building one of the street scenes that Lola quickly passed by while running. Without a camera, Simon could only use the most stupid method, drawing to record this location. Standing on the curb holding a hand-bound hardcover notebook, Simon first wrote down the most basic street information, re-examined the street scene in front of him, and then began to quickly draw in the form of a storyboard script. A few minutes later, while concentrating on the work in his hands, Simon suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned his head in confusion, and he didn't know when two girls were standing behind him. One of them was Courteney Cox, and the other blonde girl was also quite beautiful, but Simon didn't know her. At this time, Courteney was looking at him vigilantly, and didn't speak, as if waiting for Simon to explain himself. Simon turned around and looked around, only to find that he was standing in front of a 5-story apartment building. Courteney and the blonde girl should live here. Feeling Courteney's eyes, Simon immediately understood. Okay. Being treated as a stalker. With a wry smile, Simon closed the notebook and explained, "Court, if I say this is a coincidence, do you believe it?" No, Courteney shook her head immediately, but still said, "Then, what are you doing here?" "I told you this afternoon, I'm preparing my own movie," Simon said, and simply handed over the notebook in his hand. Courteney took the thick 16-page hand-bound notebook with a suspicious expression and opened it casually. The blonde girl next to her also came over curiously. The notebook has accumulated dozens of pages of storyboard drawings based on various types of street scenes. Although they are all very simple sketches, both Courteney and the blonde girl can easily appreciate Simon's solid painting skills. Most of the drawings are also detailed with many professional annotations such as lighting and camera positions. After flipping through several pages, Courteney's attention was quickly attracted by the short-haired girl running in the sketch, and she suddenly felt embarrassed to look at Simon again. The blonde girl didn't hesitate, and praised him a few times, then looked up and said to Simon, "You are really good at drawing, but is the girl in the sketch Courteney?" Simon was stunned, looking at Courteney's short hairstyle at this time, and then he understood why the other party asked this question. To be fair, when Simon sketched the image of Lola, he didn't think of a specific person, and he didn't have any feelings for the original Lola actress Franca Potton. However, Perhaps during the time he came to Los Angeles, Courtney was the only girl Simon knew and whose image was more in line with Lola's setting, so he subconsciously put her figure on it during the drawing process, which led to the misunderstanding at this time. In fact, the sketch is actually very simple, and it is difficult for anyone to associate it with this aspect without sufficient prerequisites. But Courtney happened to be in front of Simon at this time, and coupled with a little misunderstanding just now, it is not surprising that the blonde girl would ask such a question. Looking at Courtney, who was looking through the sketches in silence, the two girls in front of him had obviously already determined a fact, so Simon no longer refuted this little misunderstanding, and simply nodded and admitted, "Yes, I invited Kurt to be my heroine in the afternoon, but unfortunately she didn't believe it." "Haha, Kurt doesn't want to, so why don't I be it, and you change all the girls in the drafts to look like me," the blonde girl said with a teasing smile, and stretched out her hand to Simon. "Hello, I'm Christy Swanson." Simon stretched out his hand and shook the girl's hand, and said, "Simon Westeros." Hearing this, the blonde girl immediately showed an expression of realization. "Oh, you are the..." Before she finished speaking, Courtney reached out and poked her friend on the waist to let Christy shut up, and then handed the notebook to Simon, saying, "Okay, you pass." Then, Simon raised his hand and pointed behind him. "Can I stay here and finish that?" Christy laughed immediately. Courtney blushed slightly and rolled her eyes at Simon in annoyance. "Whatever you want to do, this is a public place." Simon also felt that his question was a bit stupid, so he smiled and reopened his notebook to the last page. After taking another look at the dark gray building opposite, Simon picked up his pen and began to draw. Seeing that the two girls did not leave immediately, he casually asked, "Are you going to have dinner?" Chapter 12 Party. Courtney just stood beside Simon and watched him painting with some restraint, but Christy came over without hesitation and stuck to Simon. A strand of beautiful golden hair swayed in Simon's peripheral vision. While watching him painting, she said, "No, we are going to party, Simon, why don't you come too?" Simon did not comment and continued to paint, asking, "What party?" "Matthew is holding it to celebrate a box office success of his starring role in Genius." "Oh, Matthew Broderick, do you know him?" Simon nodded. Although he has the memory of 12 other people, in order to fully increase his understanding of Hollywood in this era, he has been reading the two major Hollywood newspapers, Variety and The Hollywood Reporter, during this period, so he knows the popular movies currently being released. In this summer season, the most anticipated movie in Hollywood is undoubtedly Tom Cruise's Top Gun. This movie was released in mid-May, and in less than 2 months, the cumulative box office has reached $75 million. In the 1980s, the Hollywood distribution model of rolling out thousands of screens at once had not yet emerged, and the mainstream distribution method of major film companies was still a combination of long-term distribution and multiple rounds of screenings. The basic characteristics of this traditional distribution model are small opening scale and long screening time. Even 3 years ago, the number of screens for the opening of Star Wars: Return of the Jedi was only a little over 1,000. But on the other hand, as long as it is a popular and hot-selling film, it can basically be screened in North American theaters for more than half a year. Top Gun also opened with about 1,000 screens, and it made $75 million in box office in less than 2 months, temporarily ranking first in the North American box office rankings in 1986. According to the usual box office curve of long-term screening and the current popularity of Top Gun, this film can at least make no less than $75 million in box office in the next few months. Last year, only 3 Hollywood films achieved domestic box office of more than $100 million. Top Gun is expected to have a total North American box office of more than $150 million, which has almost locked the annual box office champion in 1986. This is indeed the case. Simon clearly remembers that the final North American box office of Top Gun was $179 million, ranking first in the 1986 North American box office rankings. Relying on the popularity of Top Gun, Tom Cruise successfully upgraded from a popular Hollywood actor to a world-class movie star. In addition to Top Gun, the campus comedy Genius, which was released in June, has made more than $30 million in box office in just 3 weeks with a production cost of $6 million. It is also a box office dark horse of this summer. In the next few months, even if the total box office of Genius cannot exceed $100 million, it is very likely to squeeze into the top 10 of this year's North American box office rankings. Simon is not familiar with Matthew Broderick, the male lead of Genius. Apart from this current movie, he probably only remembers that he was the male lead of the 1998 Hollywood version of Godzilla in the original Time and Space. Moreover, the Godzilla of that year brought almost all negative effects to the main creators, and the acting careers of the male and female protagonists were greatly affected. However, Simon was very interested in the movie The Genius at this time, because the director of the movie was John Hughes, the famous screenwriter of Home Alone. Home Alone was a super hit in the early 1990s, which achieved nearly $500 million in box office worldwide. Simon naturally did not want to miss it. After chatting with the two girls beside him and finishing the draft in his hand, Simon planned to say goodbye and go back to the hotel. He was not interested in the parties that Westerners were keen on. What's more, it would definitely be late at night after the party. Although the downtown area of Santa Monica was relatively safe, Simon had no car. If he walked alone at night, it was hard to guarantee that he would not encounter any unexpected situations. However, Christy did not let Simon go, and forcibly dragged him into Courtney's white car. At the end, she secretly made a "you owe me one" expression to Simon, obviously determining that he had thoughts about Courtney. Since he got in the car and Courtney did not show a refusal attitude, Simon agreed. The party was held at the Airship Bar near Santa Monica Beach. The three of them took Courtney's white car to the bar. As night fell, a long line had formed at the entrance of the bar. Christy went up to the tall guard and said a few words. The guard looked through the list in his hand, checked the three people's driver's licenses, and stamped the backs of Simon and Christy's hands, who were under the drinking age, before letting them in. Simon later learned that Christy also played a small role in The Genius, which was not too eye-catching. Today, she was officially invited, unlike the men and women outside the door who were queuing up hoping to enter the Hollywood social circle. Walking along the corridor into the bar hall, Simon found that the oval layout of the hall was indeed like its name, Airship, and the decoration also seemed full of technology. At this time, the hall was already crowded with young people, with flashing lights and deafening music. Christy did not immediately join the revelers, but first took Simon and Courtney to the other side of the bar according to the instructions of a waiter. The male protagonist of tonight's party was there. After walking around the crowded oval hall for a while, the three finally found a few young men and women sitting and chatting at a round table deep in the bar. The people at the round table saw someone coming, but they didn't mean to stand up. Christy extended her hand to a boy who looked a little young, shook hands with him, and said with a smile, "Matthew, congratulations. And this is my friend, Kurt, Simon." After Christy finished speaking, Simon and Courtney also stepped forward to shake hands with each other. Matthew Broderick was still sitting. Although he smiled when shaking hands with the two, he was obviously cold. After a simple greeting, seeing that Matthew Broderick was cold and didn't even have the interest to know the specific names of Simon and Courtney, the three planned to leave. However, just as they were about to move, a boy sitting opposite Matthew Broderick gave Christy a look and pulled a chair over from the side. "Well, you guys go have fun. I'll chat with Matthew and the others for a while." Christy saw this. Her originally lost expression immediately disappeared. She said something to Simon and Courtney, and after watching them walk away, she sat over with a smile and said, "So, what are you talking about?" "Matthew's new movie," the boy next to Christy answered, and handed her a bottle of drink. Then he looked at Matthew Broderick opposite him and asked as if he had forgotten the words, "What's it called?" "The Butterfly Effect, a very cool script." Matthew Broderick's tone became lively as there were no outsiders around, and he said, "Do you know what the butterfly effect means?" Everyone shook their heads. "Actually, I don't know too much," Matthew said, and amid everyone's laughter, he said, "However, several senior executives within WMA now attach great importance to this script, and are planning to make it a package project for WMA, just like CAA." Seeing that he was always circling around, the girl next to Matthew Broderick pretended to be dissatisfied and shook his arm, saying, "Matthew, what kind of story is it?" Well, Matthew enjoyed the girl's coquettishness next to him, but still shook his head and said, "I can't tell you for now, you will definitely know after a while. Besides, there are many young characters in the script, and you will have the opportunity to audition. Maybe I can help then." Everyone gathered around Matthew Broderick, naturally looking forward to this kind of opportunity, so when they heard his last sentence, their expressions became more eager and flattering. Christy also interrupted at this time and asked, "Matthew, when will the filming start?" The project is still being coordinated, and it should be introduced to the studio soon. Matthew Broderick glanced at Christie's pretty face and said, also, Norman thinks there are too few scenes for me in the script, and he wants the screenwriter to revise the script. In short, everyone knows that it is not easy to make a good movie. Everyone nodded in agreement, and at the same time, some people showed envy because of a certain name mentioned lightly in Matthew's words. The Norman that Matthew just mentioned is called Norman Broca, who is his agent and also one of the legendary Hollywood agents. Many years ago, Norman Broca once represented legendary superstars such as Marilyn Monroe. Due to the death of two WMA veterans in the first half of the year, Norman Broca, who just turned 60 this year, successfully became the president of this giant in the agency industry with his many years of experience in WMA. Several people present are mixed in Hollywood and have their own good agents. However, everyone knew that if they could find an agent like Norman Broca, their acting career would definitely be smooth. Matthew Broderick was born into an acting family, which is why he was able to sign with Norman Broca at a young age. Everyone was talking about Matthew Broderick, and there was a commotion in the dance floor not far away. With a lively booing, a small space was quickly vacated in the dance floor. It seemed that someone was fighting. Someone was making trouble at his own celebration party. Matthew Broderick's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. He stood up with a gloomy expression and walked towards the dance floor. The others followed him quickly. As they got closer to the dance floor, Christie recognized the two figures in the center of the commotion, and her pretty face suddenly became bitter. Chapter 13 Conflict. After leaving Matthew Broderick and the others, Courtney took a few steps and couldn't help looking back. Then she said to Simon with some anticipation, I really hope that one day I can be like this with Matthew, hold my own celebration party, and be surrounded by people like a princess. Seeing the girl's longing expression, Simon thought of the old friends and agreed with a smile, of course you will, maybe you will be more famous than him in the future. Oh, you really know how to coax girls. Courtney glanced at Simon, but then she said disappointedly, but, it's difficult. Matthew's agent is Norman Broca, he used to represent Marilyn Monroe, and now he's the president of WMA. Simon said, Jonathan should be good too, right? Courtney's tone was a little disapproving, and she said very knowledgeably, he's just a newly promoted vice president. A company like WMA has a lot of vice presidents. Hearing Courtney say this, Simon just smiled. Originally planning to have a drink, Simon came to the dance floor and saw Courtney join the dancing crowd, so he followed her. Courtney was obviously a typical party girl. When she entered the dance floor, she became active. With an excited expression on her beautiful face, she raised her hands and began to sway with the music. Her slender waist was looming in the dance, and she looked like a beautiful mermaid under the gorgeous lights. Simon has always been a person who can adapt to the surrounding environment. Looking at the girl dancing to her heart's content, he quickly let go of his body and occasionally enjoyed the teasing eyes that Courtney naturally flew over while dancing. Beautiful girls always attract others' attention easily, and beautiful girls who dance well and have hot bodies are even more eye-catching at this time. Soon, a tall and thin white boy in a blue shirt came over and swayed his body beside Courtney, trying to interact with the girl, completely ignoring Simon's existence. It was obviously not the first time Courtney had to deal with such a scene. She smiled politely at the young man, but her body dodged a little to the side. Seeing Courtney dodge, the young man did not give up and rubbed against her again. Courtney had to dodge again, walking around and glaring at Simon, who was watching the fun with a smile. Simon then stepped forward and stood between the young man and Courtney, thinking that the other party would leave tactfully. However, just as he did so, his shoulder was slapped hard. Before he could turn around, Simon heard the boy's loud voice in his ear, "Hey, man, is this your girl?" Simon felt a ruthless slap on his shoulder and frowned, but he also wanted to keep things quiet. He shook his head and said to the boy, "No." Before he could say the second half of the sentence, "This is my friend," the boy shouted again, "Then don't block others like a mangy dog." Simon narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Seeing that the other party tried to push him away rudely after saying this, he raised his hand and punched the other party in the face. Since it was a public place and he was a guest, Simon did not actually use his full strength. He just wanted to teach the other party a little lesson. However, the boy may have drunk alcohol, or he was too fragile. Simon punched him, and he staggered back and fell into the crowd. The dance floor was full of hormones. Seeing someone fighting, the men and women around did not panic at all. Not only did they quickly make way for an empty space, but some people also shouted and cheered. The young man sitting on the ground touched his stinging cheekbone, and felt the condescending and mocking eyes of the men and women around him. He was immediately angry and jumped up and rushed towards Simon. Simon had no intention of fighting with the other party. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the collar of the young man who rushed over, stretched out his arms to prevent the other party from bullying him, and advised, "Friend, you'd better calm down." Even if the young man was shorter than Simon, the height was not much different. However, compared with Simon's strong physique that he had trained in hard days since childhood, the other party's thin body had no power to fight back in front of Simon. At this time, he was being carried by Simon with one hand, so how could he calm down? He tried to fight back by grabbing Simon's collar, but found that his arms were not long enough. He tried to kick Simon, but was easily blocked. Feeling the rude laughter of the people around him, the young man's face flushed. Just as he was about to curse to get back some face, he heard an angry voice in his ear, "Who the hell asked you to fight here?" Everyone looked for the source of the sound and saw that it was Matthew Broderick, and they immediately quieted down. With a commotion here, the music and the dance floor stopped quickly, and the security guards in the bar also appeared around. Seeing that the surroundings were quiet, Simon let go of the young man who was still waving his hands and kicking like a monkey. The furious young man was released by Simon. He wanted to fight forward, but noticed that Matthew Broderick was staring at him, so he stopped his action immediately, but pointed at Simon unceremoniously and said, "Matthew, it was him, he started it first." As he said this, the young man quickly walked towards Matthew Broderick, stood next to him familiarly, and stared at Simon with a bit of bullying. Although he knew that his friend was not a very quiet guy, because of the one-sided situation in the field just now, and because his friend was the first to complain, Matthew Broderick naturally regarded Simon as the one who provoked the incident. Glancing at Simon with disgust, Matthew Broderick turned his head to look at Christy Swanson, who almost wanted to hide herself, and said, "Christy, is this your friend?" Christy Swanson stuttered a little, and said, well, it's considered, but I just met him this afternoon." "Well, he is Kurt's friend." Being stared at by everyone around, Matthew Broderick hesitated, and still felt that he should be more generous, so he said to Simon, "Hey, men, how about this, you apologize to Mark, and let it go this time." Simon glanced at the young man next to Matthew Broderick, who was waiting for his apology, proudly, smiled, shrugged and said, "I'd better go." After saying this, Simon looked at Courteney next to him. Courteney saw Simon looking at her, her eyes flickered, and she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Simon didn't say anything and turned to walk out. Matthew Broderick felt embarrassed when he saw that he had behaved magnanimously enough but was shunned in the blink of an eye. He stared at Simon's figure fiercely until he disappeared, and suddenly turned to Courteney, who was still standing there, and said mercilessly, "You should leave too, you are not welcome to my party in the future." Courteney was stunned and looked at Christy for help, but her friend just leaned towards the boy next to her, and didn't intend to speak for herself. She had to turn around and squeeze out of the crowd awkwardly. She regretted not leaving with Simon just now, and this regret immediately turned into a little anger. "Damn guy, will you die if you apologize?" Chapter 14, Alienation. Simon left the Zeppelin bar and stood on the street, looking at the flashing neon lights and the twilight. He did not feel disappointed about Courtney's choice. It is difficult for a simple girl without a little thought to mix in the world of fame and fortune in Hollywood. It was just after nightfall, and the streets of Santa Monica were at their busiest. There was nothing wrong with walking back to the hotel where they were staying. However, Simon soon discovered that his backpack was still in Courtney's car. During this period, Simon was basically inseparable from the light gray canvas backpack. The bag contained the contract with WMA, several scripts, and the storyboard drawings of Lola Run, which was almost all of Simon's belongings at the time. These things were not valuable to outsiders, but if they were lost, it would be very troublesome. Simon turned his head again and looked at the door of the bar. There was still a long line. Just as he was thinking about what to do, Courtney's figure also flashed out from the crowd at the door. Looking at the depressed expression on the girl's face, Simon realized that she must have been driven out because of his involvement. Courtney also saw Simon, but she just glared at him unhappily and walked straight to the parking lot. Simon could only follow, and went to the parking lot with Courtney, and then said to the girl who took out a key and opened the car door, "I'm so sorry, Kurt, I didn't expect this." "What's the use of you saying sorry to me? Courtney glanced at Simon, silently opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, rested her arms on the steering wheel and was quiet for a moment, but still couldn't help kicking randomly in the car. Tonight was originally planned. Matthew Broderick's friend was very interested in Christy, and Christy also planned to agree, and then take the opportunity to pull her into Matthew's circle. Matthew Broderick was born in an acting family, and his family has deep connections in Hollywood. With the success of The Genius, plus the War Games a few years ago, Matthew Broderick, who has accumulated 2 blockbuster movies, has now become a popular young actor in Hollywood, and his status is comparable to Tom Cruise before Top Gun. Being able to squeeze into Matthew's circle would help his development in Hollywood even more than an excellent agent. Now, it's all gone. Maybe even Christy will have a grudge against her. Simon didn't know Courtney's plan, and even if he knew, he would not regret the punch he just threw. He is not a person who can't stand being wronged, but he will never give up his dignity and compromise without a bottom line. Looking at the angry girl in the car, Simon waited for a moment before pointing to the other side of the passenger seat and said, "Court, can you pass my bag over?" She wanted to throw the guy's backpack next to her down and drive away. But after calming down, Courtney also realized that Simon had caused trouble in order to stop the guy who harassed her, and she was angry only because he was unwilling to even lower his head just now. So, after hesitating for a moment, Courtney said to Simon in a bad mood, "Get in the car, you want to walk back? It's so far." It was more than 6 kilometers from here to the hotel, so Simon naturally didn't want to walk back. Hearing Courtney's harsh but softened tone, he smiled and turned to the other side of the car, opened the door and got on the passenger seat. He looked at the girl and started the car, and said, "Aren't you waiting for Christy?" Courtney turned the steering wheel and drove the car out of the parking lot. Thinking of what happened just now, she shook her head and said, "She probably won't go back tonight." Simon hummed and said, "Then let's find a restaurant for dinner first. I'll treat." Simon hasn't eaten since he handed over the shift in the afternoon, and Courtney should be the same. After hearing what Simon said, Courtney hesitated again. Without looking at the boy beside her, she looked at the road ahead and said, "Simon, I must make one thing clear first. I don't plan to have a boyfriend in the next few years. I want to gain a foothold in Hollywood before considering this kind of thing." "I understand." Simon nodded, made a little joke, and said, "It just so happens that we can choose a cheaper restaurant later, otherwise I can only stay and wash dishes." Courtney felt Simon's relaxed tone, and her heart was inexplicably a little disappointed, but she still smiled and agreed as if nothing had happened. "If I had known earlier, I would have talked about this after dinner. I really want to see the scene of you being detained and washing dishes." As she said this, Courtney was actually very clear about Simon's financial situation, so she chose a cheap fast food restaurant. After a simple dinner, Simon just asked Courtney to take him to the vicinity of Griffin's supermarket where he worked, and then sent the girl away and walked a distance back to the hotel. In the following days, although Courtney still appeared in the supermarket where Simon worked, the number of times was obviously much less, and even the supermarket owner Roger Griffin felt the estrangement between the two. Occasionally chatting, Courtney complained that Christy had moved out of the apartment they shared, and she had to find a new roommate to share the rent. As an inconspicuous little person, Simon's life was not affected by the last bar incident. He continued his work rhythm step by step, while waiting for news from WMA about the script of The Butterfly Effect. Another week passed, and using the surplus from this period of frugality, Simon bought a second-hand bicycle at a flea market near Venice Beach for $30, which not only solved a basic travel problem, but also added an important prop for the planned Lola Run. At the same time, within WMA, after nearly a month of preparation and coordination, Jonathan Friedman finally officially promoted the script of The Butterfly Effect and the complete package project plan carefully planned by WMA to major Hollywood studios. Since The Butterfly Effect has attracted the attention of senior executives, including WMA President Norman Broca, this project is no longer delivered to the studio executives step by step through the traditional promotion channels of layers of screening, but directly delivered to the desks of senior executives above the vice president, who have the power to make project decisions in major studios through WMA's internal connections. The Butterfly Effect quickly attracted the strong attention of the senior executives of major studios with its wonderful story conception and perfect movie script, coupled with WMA's unremitting packaging and promotion. If it were any other time, Such a movie script with a wonderful story, low budget and hot-selling elements in recent years would have been circulated in Hollywood for a week, and major studios would have begun to quote or even bid against each other. But this time, because WMA wanted to make the butterfly effect into a packaged project, the reactions of Hollywood film companies were different. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Malice. CAA was originally intended to promote its TV programs. In the 1970s, the newly established CAA was not only suppressed by its old employer WMA, but also had very few artists under its umbrella. In order to find jobs for clients as quickly as possible and avoid the collapse of the newly established small company, CAA President Michael Ovitz and other talents took a different approach, gathering all the suitable artists under its umbrella through excellent scripts, and then promoting them as a whole to major TV stations. This packaging model that broke the tradition of selecting actors first and then customizing scripts for them unexpectedly succeeded, and then gradually developed into film production. In 1982, CAA's film packaging project, Tootsie, sold well at the box office and achieved the second place in the North American box office rankings that year. The first place was The Alien, which completely made the packaging mechanism the core operating model of CAA. As CAA grew and grew, it had more and more top stars under its umbrella, and the agency became increasingly powerful in Hollywood. Not only did it demand higher and higher pay for its stars, but it also bypassed Hollywood's regulatory restrictions that prohibited agencies from getting involved in the production field by extracting commissions from the overall project budget, further pushing up the production costs of film and television programs. Therefore, major Hollywood film and television production companies have begun to become wary of this project operation model that constantly divides their original power and interests. As an old agency that has been established for nearly 100 years, WMA has realized the threat of CAA's new operation model in the past few years. However, due to the company's deep-rooted conservative style and the lack of a collaborative mechanism among internal agents, WMA did not follow up in time. It was not until the death of two core executives in the first half of the year and the internal turmoil of the company caused a large number of top stars to leave that WMA woke up from its dream. Then, Simon's The Butterfly Effect coincidentally became the first packaged project launched by WMA to Hollywood studios under the promotion of Jonathan Friedman. Although a large number of top stars have left in recent months, in fact, the overall scale of WMA is still far greater than CAA. CAA, as the fastest-growing Hollywood talent agency in recent years, still has only more than 50 agents and the number of clients has just reached 600. In comparison, WMA, which has more than 180 agents, has more than 3,000 artists under its umbrella. CAA's packaging mechanism has already made the studios feel threatened. If the largest talent agency in Hollywood also turns to this project operation model, it is not difficult to imagine that major film companies will become more and more passive in film and television production in the future. Due to this concern, although the butterfly effect has been favored by many senior executives of the studios, a week has passed, and it should be time for the film companies to respond, but the heads of several major studios have not given a clear response. It's already mid-July. It's Tuesday afternoon at the Paramount headquarters in downtown Hollywood. Due to the great success of the two films Top Gun and Genius launched in this summer, Paramount President Sidney Guinness has also seemed high-spirited recently, because the company has now completely swept away the haze of Barry Diller, Michael Eisner, Jeffrey Katzenberg and other executives who left in the past 2 years. Affected by the frequent resignations of the company's top executives, Paramount's best-performing film last year, Witness, only grossed $68 million at the box office. Many media outlets are mocking the foolish move of Martin Davis, chairman of Paramount's parent company Gulf Western, to force out Barry Diller and other top executives, and predict that Paramount will never recover from this. Now, Paramount has recovered, and the hot-tempered Martin Davis has stopped staring at the top executives like a mule in recent times, and everyone will have a much better life in the future. Jonathan Friedman, who came to visit, was warmly welcomed into the office. Sidney Guinness and other secretaries served coffee to the two of them, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then got to the point. "Joe, to be fair, Paramount really wants the script of The Butterfly Effect, but it is difficult for us to accept the overall plan offered by WMA. This is not the first film company Jonathan Friedman has visited today. He just went to Warner Studios in the morning. After hearing almost similar statements from Sidney Guinness and Warner Pictures president Ed Morley, Jonathan Friedman was 100% certain that several major Hollywood film companies had definitely planned in advance for The Butterfly Effect. However, on the surface, Jonathan Friedman remained calm and said, "Sid, you should be able to see that this is a very outstanding project, and WMA has also put forward the best creative team we can provide." "No, I don't think so," Sidney Guinness shook his head and said, "just like Brian De Palma, he has messed up 2 large productions with investments of over tens of millions in a row. It is difficult for Paramount to let him direct this movie with confidence." Jonathan Friedman retorted, "Sid, the box office of Brian's 2 recent films is indeed not good enough, but it can't be considered a mess. Moreover, the responsibility for the film's box office failure is not entirely his. Just like the Lucky Stars at the beginning of the year, MGM not only scheduled this movie in the unpopular April schedule, but also only gave it more than 300 screens. Even so, the movie still got a box office of $8.5 million, which is enough to prove Brian's strength. Moreover, The Butterfly Effect happens to be the type of movie Brian is best at." Sidney Guinness took a sip of his coffee and shrugged. "Well, even so, the $2 million director's salary offered by WMA is too high. Paramount can only pay $1 million at most. And, the screenwriter." Having said that, Sidney Guinness put down his coffee cup, stood up, took a document from his desk, sat back on the sofa in the reception area, handed the document to Jonathan and said, "Simon Westeros, right? This is obviously a newcomer with no qualifications. Therefore, we also cannot accept a script offer of $200,000. It's too high. The maximum is $100,000, and that's for 2 scripts. $80,000 for The Butterfly Effect and $20,000 as, well, the option deposit for Final Destination." It took a lot of effort to find this screenwriter script from the Writers Guild. In fact, there is a script, but the quality is too poor. It can't be considered a story at all. As for Final Destination, although there is only an outline, the idea is really good. In addition, these are one-time buyout prices. Simon Westeros is not a member of the union, and Paramount does not need to give him a share of the videotape and television broadcast rights, according to the union's basic agreement. Jonathan Friedman silently flipped through the documents in his hand, but he could feel some obvious malice in Sidney Guinness's conditions. However, after Sidney Guinness finished speaking, Jonathan Friedman still reluctantly asked, "So, Sid, what about the male lead? What do you think of Matthew?" Sidney Guinness had an inexplicable smile on his face, and nodded almost without hesitation, saying, "The box office of The Genius is so good, we are of course willing to continue to cooperate with Matthew. Although the salary of $5 million is a bit high, Matthew is worth it." After hearing what Sidney Guinness said, Jonathan Friedman finally determined that Paramount was obviously targeting him, the initiator of WMA's first package project, and even wanted to use this little trick to ruin the entire project. After all, Brian De Palma and Simon Westeros were both artists in his hands, and their combined salary was less than half of Matthew Broderick. Paramount was very fussy about the salaries of the 2 of them, but decisively agreed to Matthew's offer of up to $5 million, which was obviously trying to provoke discord within WMA. Chapter 16. Considering the overall situation. After leaving Paramount headquarters, Jonathan Friedman gave up the idea of visiting other studios and decided to rush back to WMA to discuss countermeasures with the company's senior management. In order to curb the continued development and growth of CAA, it is imperative for WMA to follow the other party's example and promote the project packaging model. Since several major Hollywood film companies have already joined forces to prevent WMA from doing so, WMA should be strong enough to push this matter forward. However, in order to achieve this, the company's management must first reach a consensus and work together. Although he knew very well in his heart that it was not easy to achieve this in WMA, which was full of internal factions, Jonathan Friedman still conceived a detailed speech on the way back to the company. However, just after returning to the headquarters of Camino Street, Jonathan Friedman was stopped by Norman Broca's assistant and took him to the president's office of WMA. Arriving at Norman Broca's office, Jonathan Friedman couldn't wait to say, "Norman, Something has happened. Norman Broca raised his hand and made a calming gesture, motioning Jonathan to sit down first, then said, I already know that the studios have communicated with each other and want to boycott the butterfly effect. However, the matter has been resolved. Jonathan Friedman looked puzzled. Resolved. Norman Broca nodded, picked up a document from his hand, handed it to Jonathan Friedman, who was sitting opposite him, and said, I had lunch with Ronald Goldberg at noon, and he told me. Moreover, Fox is very interested in this film, and they don't mind a package agreement. So, we roughly agreed on a cooperation plan at noon. You can take a look first. The Butterfly Effect was a project promoted by himself. Jonathan Friedman was a little displeased when he heard that Norman Broca had reached an agreement with Fox without discussing it with him at all, but he still took the document and opened it. Jonathan Friedman's brows furrowed as he flipped through the cooperation plan page by page. WMA originally planned a complete production team, from core creatives such as producers, directors, male and female protagonists to peripheral staff such as photographers and lighting technicians. This is also the result of Jonathan Friedman's hard work and coordination for several weeks. In the plan, the budget cost of the entire package project is $15 million, and WMA will take 10% of the budget as commission. Now, this obviously compressed project plan has only a budget of $12 million. Not only are there only a few core creatives left for WMA's package, but the salaries of most customers have also been reduced. Brian De Palma's director's salary for two of his own clients was reduced to $1.5 million, and Simon's script royalty is still $100,000 to buy out two scripts. In addition, WMA no longer draws commissions from the entire project, but settles separately with individual customers as usual. Moreover, what made Jonathan Friedman feel most uncomfortable was that, as a star in Norman Broca's hands, Matthew Broderick's salary was still $5 million. Throwing the unfinished cooperation plan on Norman Broca's desk, Jonathan Friedman suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, Norman, is this kind of cooperation plan still a package contract? Norman Broca put down the pen in his hand and said, of course. You have to know that the package contract that CAA originally signed with the studio is far inferior to the one in your hand. Jonathan Friedman took a deep breath silently, not knowing whether he wanted to cry or laugh. Even now, WMA is still much larger than CAA. But the man in front of him, the president of the world's largest talent agency giant, actually compared his own company with CAA, which was still a small workshop many years ago. Norman Broca looked at Jonathan Friedman and saw his expression change. He couldn't help but speak with a little more earnestness. Joe, I know what you think, but many things need to be done slowly. Also, you have to understand that the company is in a very bad situation right now, so I hope you can consider the overall situation. Jonathan Friedman clenched his right hand on his knee. Consider the overall situation? Huh. If it weren't for the overall situation, the whole project should be his alone. It was for the overall situation that he only retained the director and screenwriter, and gave up all other positions. Now, how can I consider the overall situation? Thinking a little bitterly in his heart, Jonathan Friedman said coldly, Norman, even so, why are the salaries of other people reduced, but Matthew's salary is still so high? In any case, I can't explain to my clients. Facing Jonathan's straightforward questioning, Norman Broca's expression did not change at all, and he said patiently, Joe, I think you know Brian's situation better than anyone else. So there's nothing wrong with giving him a salary of $1.5 million. As for that screenwriter, didn't you say he's only 18 years old? For an 18-year-old boy, $100,000 is already very generous. If you tell him the news now, I guess the little guy will definitely jump for joy. Jonathan Friedman recalled his contact with Simon during this period, and he was very sure that the young man would never jump up when he heard the news. Even if he really jumped up, it would definitely not be because of happiness. Norman Broca saw that Jonathan was silent, so he thought for a moment and said, how about this, Joe? This is a good start after all. So, as long as this project is successful, I will approve an additional bonus for you at the end of the year. How about it? Jonathan Friedman remained silent. After a moment, he stood up and said, Norman, I need to think about it. Norman Broca also stood up, walked around the desk, patted Jonathan Friedman on the shoulder, and said, Fox wants to sign the contract as soon as possible, so give me an answer tomorrow. Jonathan Friedman nodded mechanically, turned around and left Norman Broca's office. When the office door closed, the original pleasant expression on Norman Broca's face immediately disappeared. He actually looked down on Jonathan, the vice president who was promoted by relying on the relationship with WMA chairman Lou Weiss. Among the 8 vice presidents of WMA, Jonathan Friedman was basically ranked last. Not only the major Hollywood studios were wary of Jonathan Friedman's package plan, Norman Broca also did not want the project to be too successful. If Jonathan Friedman became a pioneer of internal reforms because of the package project of the butterfly effect, his prestige and status in WMA would definitely increase significantly, and even threaten his own position. Jonathan Friedman did not agree immediately, and Norman Broca also roughly understood what he would do after leaving. After sitting down at his desk, Norman Broca immediately picked up the phone, pressed the call button and said to the secretary outside, "Please connect me to Stevens." Jonathan Friedman returned to his office and leaned back in the leather chair in a somewhat dejected manner. I don't know how long it took. Jonathan Friedman was about to cheer up and call Lou Weiss, the chairman of WMA, who was far away in the New York headquarters on the East Coast, hoping to get some support from his old boss who promoted him, but the phone on his desk rang first. When he answered the phone, it was unexpectedly Lou Weiss who called. The two talked for more than 10 minutes, and Jonathan Friedman put down the microphone in his hand, and his expression was once again a little frustrated. As WMA's first attempt at packaging, Jonathan Friedman had just come up with this idea not long ago, and in fact he had already talked to Lou Weiss on the phone. Although he was on the East Coast, Lou Weiss was also very concerned about this project. However, when he called just now, Lou Weiss did not support Jonathan Friedman's intention. Instead, he hoped that he could complete the butterfly effect project as soon as possible and not make any unnecessary troubles. In the end, he also said that WMA could not withstand the turmoil now, and he still hoped that he could take the overall situation into consideration. Faced with this situation, Jonathan Friedman also understood. Norman Broca must have communicated with several other senior executives of the company and even the board of directors in advance. Moreover, after working at WMA for so many years, Jonathan Friedman even vaguely realized that Norman Broca did not want to see the butterfly effect packaging project too successful. Now, perhaps the company's chairman Lou Weiss, CEO Lee Stevens, and even the board members of WMA have reached a consensus on this matter. Facing a large group of conservatives who have lost much ambition, if he wants to force this matter forward, it may only backfire, and he may even lose the vice president position he just got. Suddenly, he envied CAA, where there was only Michael Ovitz's voice. In this case, let's consider the overall situation. With a self-deprecating smile, Jonathan Friedman pressed the call button on the landline again and asked his assistant to call Simon to leave a message and ask him to come to WMA tomorrow. Then he personally called Brian De Palma. Griffin Supermarket is open 24 hours a day, and Simon has started his shift during this period. Tuesday happened to be the night shift. He worked from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. the next day. After handing over the shift in the morning and having breakfast, Simon rode his bike back to the hotel. Hearing the phone message from WMA, he only rested for an hour and then hurried to Beverly Hills again. He arrived at Jonathan's office with familiarity. It was still a few minutes before 10 o'clock. He was going to chat with Owen Wright outside, but Jonathan's office door was opened. Simon stopped talking with Owen Wright, turned around and looked over. He happened to meet the eyes of a young man who came out first. It was Matthew Broderick. Jonathan also came out later. When he saw Simon, he immediately smiled gently and said, "Simon, you came at the right time. Here, this is Matthew Broderick, who will soon be the male lead of the butterfly effect. You are all young people, and you will definitely have a lot in common in the future." Simon hadn't responded yet. Matthew Broderick, who had a suspicious expression on his face, had understood it at this time, but he didn't give Jonathan Friedman any face at all, and said coldly, "Joe, I don't have anything in common with this person." After saying this, Matthew Broderick glanced at Simon again, turned around and walked out to the corridor. Chapter 17 Basic Protocol. Jonathan Friedman looked at Matthew Broderick and walked away rudely. He frowned slightly and motioned Simon to enter his office and asked, "Simon, do you know Matthew?" Simon did not hide it and simply explained what happened at the airship bar last time. "Oh, it's a small matter." Jonathan smiled casually, sat down at his desk, and said, "I'll take some time to ask Matthew out for a meal and a handshake." There shouldn't be any unsolvable conflicts between you young people. Simon nodded, and he didn't take the last incident too seriously. Feeling that Jonathan was obviously absent-minded when he spoke today, and his expression seemed a little tired, he asked, "Joe, have you not rested well recently?" "Nothing, just a little busy these days." Hearing the concerned tone of the young man opposite, Jonathan, who was rummaging through several documents on the desk, hesitated and suddenly didn't want to take out the draft contract. After much hesitation, Jonathan finally handed a blue folder to Simon. He made up his mind to compensate the boy as much as possible in the future, and said in a gentle tone, "Simon, the script has been finalized. However, the studio has checked your information at WGA in advance and knows that you are a newcomer, so the price is not too high. Moreover, they also want another script of yours. I also saw the story outline at Paramount yesterday. It is very exciting. So, you can take a look at the contract first." Simon felt that Jonathan's words were obviously reserved, and he probably had a premonition of something, but he still opened the contract in his hand and read it carefully. Looking at Simon, who was reading the contract carefully, Jonathan actually wanted to hide away. He knew very well that Simon was definitely not the kind of rookie who would cheer as long as he could sell the script in his hand. Therefore, he didn't want to face the reaction of the boy after reading the contract. God seemed to have heard Jonathan's thoughts. Suddenly, someone knocked on the office door. Owen Wright poked his head in and said, "Mr. Friedman, Mr. Broca is here." As soon as the assistant finished speaking, Norman Broca, who was standing outside the door, just glanced at Simon and waved to Jonathan. "Joe, can you come out for a moment? I have something to talk to you about." Although he didn't want to have any communication with Norman Broca in the past few days, Jonathan couldn't bear to face Simon at this time. He stood up as if nothing had happened and introduced Simon, who also stood up with him. "Simon, this is our WMA president, Mr. Norman Broca. You continue to look at the contract. I'll be back after a few words with Norman." Simon looked at the old man outside the door, who had no intention of coming in. He was wearing a black suit, had gray hair, was a little short, and had a standard Jewish big nose. Nodding to the other party, Simon waited for Jonathan to leave the office before sitting down again and focusing on the contract in front of him again. Then, as he read deeper, Simon's brows furrowed more and more. To be fair, Simon didn't care too much about the $100,000 basic remuneration involved in this contract. As a newcomer, such an offer is actually very good. $100,000 is probably enough for him to complete Lola Run. However, this is a complete buyout contract. $80,000 buys out all the copyrights of The Butterfly Effect, and $20,000 is used as a deposit to buy the priority option for Final Destination in the next 3 years. Moreover, as long as Fox plans to invest in Final Destination in the next 3 years, when the price is renegotiated, it will still be a buyout contract for all copyrights. After roughly flipping through the contract in his hand, Simon even couldn't believe how Jonathan could give him such a harsh agreement. In Hollywood, screenwriting is also a very unstable profession. Even WGA union members are basically unemployed most of the year, and many people have to rely on finding other jobs to make a living. Therefore, in order to fight for more rights and interests, Hollywood screenwriters are also the group that strikes most frequently in the industry. After decades of confrontation with the studios, the Writers Guild gradually reached a basic agreement with the Hollywood Producers Alliance to protect the rights and interests of Hollywood film and television screenwriters in terms of basic treatment, minimum wage, medical insurance, pension plans, etc. For film screenwriters, the most important clause involved in the basic agreement is not the minimum script remuneration stipulated in it, but the profit-sharing agreement that can bring long-term income to screenwriters. According to the latest version of the basic agreement signed by the Writers Guild and the Producers Alliance in 1985, in addition to the 2 levels of minimum basic remuneration stipulated according to the film production cost, film screenwriters can also obtain corresponding shares from the subsequent videotape and television broadcast rights income of the film. Among them, the share of videotapes is 0.3% of the sales revenue within 1 million boxes and 0.36% of the sales revenue after 1 million boxes. In addition, the share of television broadcast rights income has its own detailed proportion according to different platform types such as public television networks, basic cable stations, pay cable stations, pay-per-view on-demand stations, and even overseas TV stations. Overall, The agreement income brought to screenwriters is no less than the share of videotapes. Since the 1980s, with the explosion of the videotape market and the continuous development of television networks, Hollywood movies have been increasing their income from these two aspects, and now they have reached a level where they each account for 1/3 of the theater revenue. Therefore, for a movie with a global box office of only $30 million, its videotape revenue can probably reach this figure. Based on the average selling price of home videotapes of around $30, the sales revenue of $30 million is exactly equivalent to the sales of 1 million videotapes. According to this figure, the screenwriter of the film can get about $90,000 from the sales revenue of these 1 million videotapes. The subsequent TV broadcast rights revenue share will basically be equivalent to the videotape sales share. The total of the two is about $200,000. This is far higher than the average transaction price of Hollywood scripts in the 1980s, and is usually several times the basic remuneration agreed upon by the screenwriter and the film company. Moreover, the sales share of these two aspects is a long-term and continuous income, which means that even if the screenwriter cannot find a job in the next few years, the sales share he gets every once in a while can ensure his life. Simon has full confidence in the butterfly effect and Final Destination, which was picked up in advance by the studio. According to the usual consumption habits of the general public, as classic horror films, these two films are likely to perform better in the video market in the future than in the theaters, and the sales volume may even exceed 1 million boxes. Therefore, if a profit-sharing agreement can be obtained, including the income from television broadcasting rights of the same scale, Simon will definitely continue to receive hundreds of thousands of dollars in follow-up income from these two scripts in the future, which is far more than the current basic remuneration of $80,000. It is true that Simon is not a member of the WGA. In fact, Simon has no plans to join the WGA in the future, so he cannot enjoy the protection of the WGA's perfect basic agreement. However, in Hollywood, where the film industry system is already quite complete, the profit-sharing clause for screenwriters is actually an industry practice. As long as the screenwriter can find a reliable agent, or even if he knows a little bit about the business, and the partner is a regular Hollywood film company, then both parties can basically sign the clauses of the accompanying profit-sharing agreement. But now, a vice president of the largest talent agency in Hollywood has only fought for himself a buyout agreement that completely treats him as a fool. At a certain moment, Simon really had the urge to jump up and throw the contract in his hand in the face of the agent. However, remembering some details in Jonathan's expression just now, Simon calmed down, turned his head to look at the office door, and waited patiently for the agent to return. Meanwhile, in Norman Broca's office, Jonathan Friedman, who had been feeling uneasy since yesterday afternoon, could no longer hold back when he heard his boss request, raising his voice and waving his arms, saying, "Don't like it? Just because you said you don't like it, he's going to kick Simon out? That's unreasonable. Norman, do you know how embarrassed I was when I handed the contract to that kid just now? I'm the vice president of WMA, but I gave my client a stupid agreement that even a third-rate agency agent might not be able to come up with. Now, you want me to tell him that he's been kicked out and will never have anything to do with this movie again? How can I say that?" Norman Broca looked at Jonathan, who was almost losing his usual gentle demeanor, and concealed his disdain in his heart. He said in a stern tone, "Joe, you have to know that you are now the vice president of WMA. As a member of management, you have to consider the interests of the entire company. What's more, he's just a young man who knows nothing. If you can't even handle this kind of thing, how can you be worthy of your current position? You have to consider your own interests, right?" Jonathan had this thought in his mind. Hearing Norman Broca's words, he had already begun to threaten his position. His tone became a little calmer, but he still argued, "Simon has already read the contract. The total remuneration for the butterfly effect was originally only $80,000, $50,000 for the first edition, $20,000 for the revision fee required by the studio, and $10,000 for the subsequent polishing fee. These terms are clearly written. Even if he agrees to withdraw, how will the money be calculated? Am I going to go back and tell him that there's only $50,000 left? Of course there's only $50,000 left. How many people in the entire Federation can earn $50,000 at the age of 18? What else is he dissatisfied with?" Norman Broca saw that Jonathan's attitude softened, so he became more assertive. Before recommending the script to the studio last week, Norman Broca originally wanted to revise the script to increase Matthew Broderick's role, but Jonathan refused because the script was already perfect enough. Now, taking advantage of Matthew's dislike for Simon to kick him out, he can just let his trusted screenwriter do this. Chapter 18 I Don't Agree. Jonathan Friedman walked back to his office with heavy steps. He pushed open the door and saw Simon standing up and turning to him. He nodded to him, turned back to his desk and sat down, then looked at the boy opposite him again. Simon sensed the strong aura of dejection in his agent's body and the guilt in his eyes when he looked at him, so he gave up his original intention to question him and asked with concern, "Joe, what happened?" Jonathan moved his lips, feeling Simon's bright eyes, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Simon, it's like this. Matthew doesn't really want to work with you, so Mr. Broca hopes that you can completely withdraw from the Butterfly Effect project next." Simon's expression didn't change much when he heard this, and he asked calmly, "So, Joe, what do you think?" Jonathan slightly avoided Simon's gaze, slowed down his tone and said, "Simon, this time, I hope you can agree. However, I promise you that if I have the chance in the future, I will compensate you as much as possible. By the way, aren't you planning to make an experimental film? Tell me if you need anything next time. If the money is not enough, I can lend you some privately." Listening to his agent's words, Simon's originally tense body gradually relaxed. He put the script he had been holding on the desk in front of him, looked at his agent seriously, and said, "Joe, you should know how bad this contract is. So, can you tell me what happened?" Jonathan looked at the contract that Simon pushed towards him, but he didn't reach out to take it. After a moment of silence, Jonathan said, "Simon, I told you before, didn't I? I hope to make this movie a package project." Simon nodded, but didn't say anything. Jonathan paused for a moment, looked at Simon, and then said, "From our contact during this period, I think you know a lot about what's going on in Hollywood right now. CAA has threatened our company's position in Hollywood through its project packaging operation strategy. Some time ago, many of WMA's top stars jumped to CAA because of this. So, in order to avoid being so passive, WMA also plans to follow CAA's business model. You're the Butterfly Effect happens to be the first packaged project we launched." Simon quickly wove together everything he had just experienced and many clues of these days in his mind, and continued with a wry smile, "It was very unsuccessful, right?" Although he didn't want to admit it, Jonathan nodded and said, "CAA's packaging strategy not only leads to higher and higher budget costs for studios, but also deprives a large part of the power that originally belonged to film and television production companies. WMA is still several times larger than CAA. If it also starts to implement a packaged operation model, the studio's voice in front of the agency will become lower and lower. Therefore, several major film companies are working together to ruin this project." Simon looked at the draft contract with Fox in front of him, but did not ask what was going on. Although the major Hollywood film companies often agree on certain things because of some common interests, they are still competitors after all. Moreover, thinking about the content of this contract, Simon did not think that Fox was very generous in agreeing to take over WMA's package project. Thinking of Norman Broca who had just appeared, Simon looked up and looked at the agent opposite again, and asked with some certainty, "Joe, I suddenly feel that Mr. Broca should not want this project to be too successful, right? With WMA's current strong foundation far exceeding CAA, if this company is determined to forcefully promote this project, the major Hollywood film companies will definitely be the ones to compromise in the end. After all, CAA has successfully promoted the package model. Even if the major studios are very reluctant, it is not that difficult to accept it under the forced pressure of WMA. However, judging from the stingy content of the contract, WMA was obviously the one who compromised, and it was a compromise at the expense of the interests of its own customers." Jonathan was obviously stunned when he heard Simon's words. He didn't expect Simon's intuition to be so sharp. However, after a moment, Jonathan showed a slightly bitter smile on his face, and finally nodded slightly. Of course, he didn't explain anything to Simon. It was not a glorious thing after all that the power struggle within the company was seen through by a young man who just turned 18. Seeing that Jonathan had acquiesced to this matter, Simon recalled the depressed mood that had been emanating from the agent since they met today. After thinking for a while, he said, "Joe, since no one wants to see this project succeed, do you think it is necessary to continue?" Judging from the contract in front of me, Brian and the other salaries should be very harsh. Simon, you don't understand. Jonathan shook his head. He had unknowingly stopped treating Simon as a teenager who had just turned 18. He patiently explained, I just said that the butterfly effect happens to be WMA's first packaged project, and many people in Hollywood are watching it. Therefore, if the first attempt fails, it will become even more difficult for WMA to promote this operating strategy again. So, even if it is not a success, Norman and the others will not allow this project to fail completely. Otherwise. Jonathan stopped here. After a pause, looking at the energetic young man opposite, he suddenly changed the subject, with a somewhat vicissitudes of life in his tone, saying, Simon, do you know? I joined WMA at the age of 19, and I am 46 this year. It took 27 years to get to my current position. This process is not easy. In fact, what Jonathan has not said is that although he has been promoted to vice president, he has not yet obtained any responsibilities. The WMA board of directors has been discussing this matter for some time. He came up with the idea of making the butterfly effect a packaged project, also to increase his bargaining chips in the process of power allocation. However, what he did not expect was that this project now put him in a dilemma. It is completely impossible to do it well. But if he messes up, even if the vice president position he just obtained is not removed, it is likely to be directly left aside, and only an empty title will be left. He is even not sure whether the old men in the company who are very good at power struggles will directly kick him out of WMA. Therefore, from yesterday afternoon to now, Jonathan has actually had the urge to completely abandon this project more than once. But he finally endured it, and even had to deliberately accommodate the various requests of his immediate superior, Norman Broca. Simon felt a look of understanding in Jonathan's eyes, nodded very sincerely, and said, Joe, I actually understand. Simon really understood Jonathan's difficulties. As the oldest agency in Hollywood, WMA, which has been operating for nearly a century, has a very rigid internal system. The power change is completely based on seniority and is very slow. The three helmsmen of WMA who died in the first half of the year were actually old men in their 70s and 80s. These people are like the emperors in ancient times, who were willing to give up their power until they died of old age. In such a company, even if there is no lack of personal strength and personal support, it is extremely difficult for a person to reach a high position. It is precisely because of this that Michael Ovitz and others who could not see any channels for promotion at that time chose to leave WMA and set up their own business. However, not everyone has the courage of Michael Ovitz and others. Moreover, if it had not been lucky enough to create a more advanced package operation model, the former CAA might have disappeared silently like many other brokerage companies that have tried to challenge the authority of WMA in this century. Simon in his previous life also rose to the position of director step by step from the bottom. Therefore, he can deeply understand the weakness and helplessness of a single individual facing the constraints of rules in a highly competitive company or industry. Onlookers always wonder why people in the game do not resist injustice and why they compromise. Even if they can't do these, why don't they just jump out of the circle? Naively, they don't know how a person will fall into an irretrievable situation if they challenge the rules without sufficient strength. Feeling Simon's understanding eyes, Jonathan's frustration dissipated a little. However, looking at the contract on the table, Jonathan sighed again in his heart, but he had to continue. So, Simon, about this contract. Simon waited for a moment, and did not answer Jonathan's question directly, but looked at the agent and asked seriously, Joe, if you don't consider other factors, do you still want this project to continue? Jonathan's eyes flashed, realizing something, hesitating slightly, and finally said, no, in fact, I would rather not have thought of making this script into a package project at all. Then, this matter is actually very easy to solve. Simon relaxed and leaned back in the chair behind him, shook his head, and said word by word in a firm tone, so, I don't agree. Jonathan immediately understood Simon's intention. After all, the script of the butterfly effect still belongs to Simon. If the boy does not accept the contract in front of him, the entire project will not be able to continue anyway. Moreover, Simon's high-profile rejection of the contract led to the abortion of the project. Then, as long as he dealt with it properly, although some twists and turns were inevitable, he could largely put the blame for the failure of the project on Simon. Jonathan even thought of some arguments in a flash. What can he do about a young man who refuses to listen to anything? However, Simon's actions also doomed him to face great pressure in the future. After all, it is easy for the largest talent agency in Hollywood to deal with a fledgling screenwriter. However, Jonathan instinctively did not want to let this talented young man fall into this situation. Thinking of this, Jonathan had already stood up from the leather chair, looked at the boy in front of him and urged him anxiously, "Simon, you'd better not do this. Really, even if it's for your own consideration." Simon shook his head firmly again, stood up as well, and said, "Joe, I know it's not easy for you to get to where you are now, but I also have my own persistence. You have to know that a person cannot live without his own persistence. So, this is all I can do to help you. Tell those people that I don't agree. Then, this matter is over." After Simon finished speaking, he nodded to Jonathan again, turned around and walked towards the office door. After opening the door, Simon paused, turned his head and looked at the agent who was still standing there, and said, "Also, Joe, if possible, I hope to terminate the agency contract with you in the next few days. I think you will not care about the penalty, right? Of course, if not, I will think of other ways." Watching Simon leave, Jonathan stood silently for a long time, repeating Simon's words in his mind. A person cannot be without his own persistence. These years. So many years. How much persistence is left for the young man who is also full of longing for the future? Is this persistence worth persisting? Sitting down again, Jonathan supported the table with both hands, feeling a long-lost trembling feeling in his limbs, mixed with fear of the future, and fearlessness. These emotions were like a burning flame, dispelling all the frustration and dejection that had accumulated from yesterday afternoon to now. Finally, he took a deep breath, picked up the phone, pressed the landline in Norman Broca's office, and said directly after dialing, "Norman, I've thought about it. Let's stop the butterfly effect project here. I can't treat my clients like that." After saying this, Jonathan hung up the phone without waiting for Norman Broca to respond. Ignoring the landline ringing again in an instant, Jonathan opened the safe at his feet, sorted out the address book, memos and other documents that were very important to an agent, stuffed them into his briefcase, and hurriedly left the WMA headquarters. Jonathan made this move not to resign directly from WMA. In any case, as long as he could stay, he would choose to stay. After all, this company has all kinds of relationships and connections that he has been operating for more than 20 years. However, since he had already made the call just now, Jonathan had also made the worst plan. Although the replacement of his position required the board of directors to decide, Jonathan did not dare to take the risk that Norman Broca would not force a fall. However, as long as he takes the things in his briefcase out of the company and makes a complete backup, even if he faces the worst situation of being kicked out of the company, he can still pull many people to change jobs together. With the customer resources accumulated over the years, neither CAA nor ICM will reject him, and even if he sets up his own agency, there will be no problem. Chapter 19, Peak. Jonathan Friedman had explained to Simon all the various aspects of the project. After rejecting the contract, Simon could sense that he would have a very difficult road ahead. After screwing up the first project that WMA was trying to transform, how could the largest talent agency in Hollywood let him go? With WMA's terrifying background in Hollywood for 100 years, if the other party wanted to deal with him, perhaps only one phone call would be enough to make it difficult for a newly minted screenwriter to move forward in Hollywood. However, Simon had no regrets about the decision he made. He had experienced too much in his previous life, and Simon didn't want to compromise from the beginning of his life. Back in Santa Monica, Simon continued his life step by step. These days, Simon has begun to try to plan the specific shooting details of Lola Run, and he did not change his plan because of the accident in the morning. Simon spent an afternoon visiting several film equipment rental companies in downtown Santa Monica, consulting in detail about the rental prices of various types of shooting equipment needed for the filming of Lola Run, and took careful notes. At 5 p.m., Simon returned to the motel, ate, showered, and went to sleep. At 10:50 p.m., he arrived at Griffin's supermarket on time and started his overnight shift. The next morning, Simon called Jonathan's office again, hoping to make an appointment for the next meeting. To Simon's surprise, no one answered the phone. After several consecutive calls without success, Simon planned to go to WMA again, but Jonathan's assistant Owen Wright drove over in person. Owen Wright, who looked hurried, told Simon that Jonathan had completely given up the packaging project of the butterfly effect and had flown to the WMA headquarters in New York yesterday afternoon. At the same time, he hoped that Simon could wait patiently for a few days, and Jonathan still wanted to continue to be his agent. Owen Wright, who obviously had to visit other clients, simply chatted with Simon for a few words and left. Although Simon felt a sense of joy and surprise at the unexpected turn of events, he was not too surprised by Jonathan's decision. The agent, who was in an extremely depressed state yesterday, was obviously like a spring that had been suppressed to the extreme. Simon didn't know how much Jonathan's rebound had to do with him, but as long as the agent didn't completely lose his toughness, it was almost a matter of time before he exploded. WMA was first established in New York and later developed in Los Angeles. Since the 1950s, with the rapid rise of the American television industry and the silence of Hollywood movies for more than 20 years, WMA's work focus has always been on the East Coast. Even now, although the Hollywood film industry has begun to recover and the focus of the American media industry has once again moved westward, WMA's core executives still stick to New York. In Manhattan, in a building next to Madison Square Garden on 25th Street, WMA's headquarters is located here. When Simon met Owen Wright, it was almost noon in New York on the East Coast. At this time, in a meeting room at the WMA headquarters, the quarrel that lasted for a whole morning was still continuing. After making up his mind yesterday, Jonathan Friedman prepared a way out for himself and hurriedly flew to New York. In any case, he didn't want to give up everything he had accumulated after more than 20 years of hard work at WMA, so he decided to take the initiative and seek support from WMA's top management. Norman Broca's various biased behaviors in handling the Butterfly Effect project also gave him enough reasons to do so. When he suddenly heard that Jonathan Friedman was going to completely abandon Butterfly Effect, Norman Broca was almost furious. The entire management of WMA had reached a tacit understanding on this matter. Jonathan couldn't have been unaware of the consequences of the failure of this packaging attempt on WMA. He actually dared to do this. After calling back to no avail, Norman Broca personally rushed to Jonathan's office, only to learn that the other party had left the company. Furious, Norman Broca simply asked the security guards to seal off Jonathan's office and even kicked Owen Wright out of the company. "Since you left like this, don't come back." Until the evening, Norman Broca, who was still angry, suddenly received a call from New York and learned that Jonathan Friedman had actually flown to the East Coast. Soon figuring out what the other party was going to do, Norman Broca did not hesitate at all and chased to New York overnight. When they arrived in Manhattan, it was already 2 a.m. on the East Coast. The two executives at the West Coast headquarters had such a big fight that the entire WMA management was naturally quickly alarmed. So this morning, WMA's chairman Lou Weiss, the company's CEO Lee Stevens, and some other board members all rushed to the company's headquarters. Then there was a whole morning of quarrels. Although Jonathan Friedman always looked gentle and elegant when facing customers, he also had a strong side. Facing the company's bigwigs, Jonathan mercilessly accused Norman Broca of his weak behavior of actively compromising with just a little pressure from the studio, and also criticized the other party for his selfish behavior of only considering his own interests in the details of the subsequent cooperation. Norman Broca naturally fought back, claiming that he would truly consider WMA by implementing the company's first package project as soon as possible. As for favoring his own clients in the contract, Norman Broca did not think there was anything wrong with his decision. Including War Games, which ranked 5th in the North American box office in 1983, and The Genius, which is also expected to make more than $70 million in box office this year and squeeze into the annual list. Matthew Broderick has already had 2 movies in the top 10 of the North American box office rankings in just 4 years. For such a rising star who is expected to become the next Tom Cruise, it is not wrong for the company to make any inclination in terms of resources. Norman Broca entered this company at the age of 15 with the help of his uncle, who is the vice president of WMA. After decades of accumulated connections, most members of the company's board of directors are almost on his side. However, Jonathan Friedman's backer happens to be Lou Weiss, the chairman of WMA, whose strength should not be underestimated. Although he was very dissatisfied with Jonathan's behavior of actively intensifying the conflict, Lou Weiss had to stand firmly on the side of his own lineage as things developed to this point. Otherwise, Jonathan Friedman would be suppressed and Lou Weiss himself would also be implicated. The two quarreled for a whole morning. At lunchtime, Lou Weiss took the initiative to mediate and discuss the solution of the matter with several other board members. Jonathan has not yet made public his decision to abandon the butterfly effect packaging project, so there is room for maneuver. After lunch, the other board members left, and Lou Weiss announced the results of the preliminary discussion to the two. In any case, the butterfly effect packaging project must continue. However, Lou Weiss himself will take over the project and discuss the cooperation plan with the film company again. In addition, Norman Broca and Jonathan Friedman both need to let go completely and stop asking about this matter. All subsequent arrangements for the project will be decided directly by the headquarters. As things have developed to this point, Norman Broca knows that it will not be good for him to continue to make trouble. Jonathan Friedman also successfully threw away the hot potato in his hand and kept his position at the same time. So, although they both seemed very unwilling on the surface, they both agreed. However, there are always too many unexpected changes in this world. The next morning, before Norman Broca and Jonathan Friedman had time to rush back to Los Angeles, they almost simultaneously saw a piece of news in the latest issue of The Hollywood Reporter that caught everyone off guard. The Hollywood Reporter got the news from somewhere and suddenly exposed the entire recent incident. Failure of the packaging project led to internal fighting within the company, and the transformation of the old agency giant encountered difficulties. The continuous turmoil in the first half of the year has not completely dissipated. The sudden revelation of The Hollywood Reporter immediately plunged WMA into chaos again. Chapter 20, Turning Point. In the headline article of The Hollywood Reporter, the media even detailed many specific details about the WMA package project incident. The whole report started with Jonathan Friedman initiating the package project, including the process of several major Hollywood studios trying to resist WMA's shift to package operation strategy, until Jonathan Friedman was dissatisfied with Norman Broca's compromise and the uneven distribution of project benefits, and completely fell out with his boss. This series of causes and consequences is just like experiencing the whole thing in person. In fact, apart from internal disclosures, this article obviously could not have come from other sources. It is almost well known that there are many factions within WMA. Although exposing this internal fighting scandal will have an immeasurable negative impact on WMA, at the same time, if President Norman Broca and Vice President Jonathan Friedman are unlucky, many people can benefit from it. After all, even between Norman Broca and Jonathan Friedman, there are still 7 vice presidents waiting to go further. There are countless other WMA agents who are still struggling to climb up. Any of these people had enough reasons to do this. Faced with the sudden revelations of The Hollywood Reporter, there was no time to investigate who leaked the dispute, and the WMA management had to start dealing with the numerous media inquiries. On the morning of the day when The Hollywood Reporter article was published, in an interview with a Los Angeles Times reporter in New York, WMA chairman Lou Weiss firmly denied all the contents of The Hollywood Reporter's revelations, and also revealed that WMA had reached a preliminary agreement with Fox Film, and the company's first packaged project had not failed, so there was naturally no infighting among the top management. However, when the media turned to Fox Film for verification, the response of Fox Film president Ronald Goldberg was ambiguous. He neither admitted nor denied it, but only told reporters that the company was still in contact with WMA and it was not convenient to disclose detailed details. This was actually the result of urgent consultations between WMA and Fox executives. Fox Film violated the tacit agreement reached with several other major film companies and tried to take down the butterfly effect in private. After this matter was exposed, Fox management was very embarrassed in front of its peers. But Ronald Goldberg knew better that if WMA completely denied the whole thing at this time, it would make it difficult for WMA to get out of the situation, and WMA would not let Fox down in the future. In addition to persuading Fox to cooperate with them in a double act, WMA executives also privately contacted Tyke Castle, the major shareholder behind The Hollywood Reporter. After some back and forth, they finally got the promise that the other party would not rashly publish news that caught WMA off guard. After a whole day of tossing and turning, WMA originally thought that it had successfully dragged the whole thing back to a place where it could be turned around. The next day, another revelation was published again. The whistleblower obviously did his homework, because the article actually changed its position, bypassing The Hollywood Reporter, which was managed by WMA, and was published in another Hollywood newspaper, Daily Variety. Daily Variety is a daily newspaper under Variety Company, and together with the weekly Variety magazine, it constitutes the two major paper media platforms of Variety Company. In fact, The Hollywood Reporter also distinguishes between the daily version of the newspaper and the weekly version of the magazine, but it is not named separately like Variety. The revelation of Daily Variety was more detailed, even involving the content of the package after WMA President Norman Broca compromised with Fox. It emphasized Matthew Broderick's $5 million salary contract and the stingy buyout agreement that the screenwriter of the project script, The Butterfly Effect, got, and pointed out that these two agreements were the fuse that led to the conflict between Norman Broca and Jonathan Friedman. With the revelation of Daily Variety, many daily newspapers and media including the Los Angeles Times also began to pay attention to this matter, and the situation had a tendency to continue to expand. Faced with this situation, WMA and Fox had to bite the bullet and continue to deny many news in the media. However, everyone also knew that in order to avoid greater twists and turns, it was urgent to take strong measures to quickly and thoroughly resolve this storm. This continued until July 21, Monday. After a busy weekend, WMA Chairman Lou Weiss and CEO Lee Stevens followed Norman Broca, who returned to Los Angeles early to stabilize the situation and also rushed to the West Coast. At 9 o'clock in the morning, at the WMA headquarters on Camino Street, there were only 4 people sitting in the spacious conference room, including 2 big bosses who came from the East Coast and the 2 parties involved in the whole incident. Yesterday in New York, I personally communicated with Mr. Murdoch, the chairman of News Corporation, said Lou Weiss, who was 75 years old this year. He looked a little tired, but his eyes were still sharp as he glanced at the 3 subordinates around him. Mr. Murdoch has agreed that Fox will try its best to cooperate with us to complete the Butterfly Effect project. However, this matter must be adjusted. Moreover, I declare in advance that what I am going to say next is the final decision. You two cannot object, just need to execute it. If it is not completed, you can pack up and leave. Having said that, Lou Weiss looked down at his memo, looked up again, glanced at Norman Broca and Jonathan Friedman, and said, "Since we have denied a lot of the revelations in the media, the original plan must be adjusted. First of all, the male lead needs to be replaced, and it can no longer be Matthew. Moreover, Norman, I have agreed with Fox that Matthew will star in one of their movies called Project X. They said that they had already handed the script to you before, right?" Norman Broca nodded, but then asked, "Lou, what about Matthew's salary?" Lou Weiss stared at Norman Broca and said, $3 million. Hearing the number reported by Lou Weiss, Norman Broca immediately stood up and said, "This is too low." "Only $3 million, Lou Weiss said in a tone that left no room for doubt, "or, you can leave." Norman Broca's mouth moved, but he finally nodded and sat down again with an unwilling expression. Jonathan Friedman could choose to quit WMA if he had to, but Norman Broca could not do so. He was the president of the largest talent agency in North America and even the world. After quitting, he would not be able to find his position in any other agency unless he set up his own business. But if he chose to set up his own business, even if he could attract a group of top stars, Norman Broca would never have the power he had at this time in the future. Seeing Norman Broca sit down, Lou Weiss nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Jonathan Friedman. Chapter 21 Simplified Version. Glancing at the subordinate who had caused him a lot of trouble, Lou Weiss said, "Joe, as for you, Brian De Palma is still the director and will also serve as the producer of The Butterfly Effect. Fox offers a salary of $2 million and a 10% share of the North American box office profits." Jonathan Friedman nodded. If it weren't for the 2 failed films before, Brian De Palma's salary should be around $3 million. Now Fox offers $2 million plus a 10% share of the North American box office profits. Jonathan Friedman has no dissatisfaction at all. What he wanted to get for his client before was just a simple fixed salary of $2 million. Of course, Jonathan Friedman also understood that the reason why Brian De Palma was able to get this relatively generous contract was mainly because a series of harsh agreements that triggered internal strife in WMA were exposed in recent days. Both Fox and WMA need to refute the relevant revelations in the media with facts. Thinking of this, Jonathan Friedman began to look forward to Fox's offer for Simon's script. However, he did not take the initiative to speak, and waited patiently for Lou Weiss to continue. Lou Weiss finished talking about Brian De Palma, looked at his memo again, and looked up and said, regarding the script, the price has been increased to $200,000, $160,000 for the script fee for the butterfly effect, and $40,000 for the priority option for the screenwriter's next 2 scripts. After listening, Jonathan Friedman paused and asked, Lou, is it still a buyout contract? Lou Weiss shook his head and said, this is the basic fee, and the profit-sharing terms follow industry practices. Jonathan Friedman was relieved. If it was still a buyout agreement, even if Fox doubled the base price, he was not sure whether Simon would agree. Now, it was just a priority option for a script, and Jonathan believed that Simon would definitely know what choice to make. Seeing that Jonathan did not raise any objections, Lou Weiss continued, Joe, in addition to the arrangement of these 3 people, the original package plan has also been overturned. Fox has given a new budget of $10 million. According to this standard, you can reorganize a list of main roles and give it to me tomorrow. Is there any problem? Jonathan Friedman realized that Lou Weiss only wanted to sign a simplified package contract with Fox as soon as possible involving only the core creators, and the current situation obviously did not allow WMA to have a second choice. So he nodded again and said, no problem. Hearing Jonathan's answer, Lou Weiss closed the memo in front of him, waved his hand at him, and said, that's it, you can get busy now. Jonathan Friedman stood up and saw that the other 3 were sitting still. He also knew that they would definitely discuss the recent days of the revelations next. WMA must be investigating such a bad internal leak. However, Jonathan did not think that the management could find any results from the investigation. The guy who leaked the information to the media must be very aware of the serious consequences of doing such a thing. If he did not hide himself completely, he would definitely not act easily. Leaving the conference room, Jonathan Friedman walked slowly through the outer corridor, feeling the warm sunlight through the glass curtain wall in the morning, and suddenly felt an unprecedented relaxation. The discussion about the WMA incident in the media is still continuing. Jonathan Friedman is very clear that although he has temporarily crossed this threshold, it is almost impossible for him to go further in WMA in the future due to the impact of this incident. Even if Lou Weiss, who is 75 years old this year, retires from the position of chairman in the next few years and loses this layer of support, he may be completely kicked out of the company by Norman Broca. However, after letting go of the idea of climbing up the ladder that he had been cautiously afraid of making mistakes for a long time, Jonathan felt that all the depressed and resentful emotions that had been pent up in his heart for so many years had dissipated. Jonathan also found that compared with many other people in this industry, he was actually very strong. Relying on the experience and connections accumulated over more than 20 years, even if he left WMA, he could still live well, or even better. Now, he no longer had to consider all kinds of trade-offs and compromises. He only needed to be responsible for his clients wholeheartedly. Then, he believed that no matter what happened in the future, a large part of these people would follow him closely. Unconsciously, he came to the door of his office. Jonathan Friedman paused and suddenly remembered the boy who prompted him to do all this. He walked to the assistant outside and said, Owen, help me find Simon's contact address. Jonathan Friedman has a total of 37 clients. Westerners don't have much creativity in naming. Among these clients, there happens to be more than one named Simon. However, Owen Wright immediately understood what Jonathan meant and skillfully flipped out a page from a thick stack of address books and handed it to his boss. Jonathan Friedman took it and glanced at it, then handed it back to the assistant and said, I'll go out for a while and come back at noon. Owen Wright nodded and watched Jonathan leave. He couldn't help thinking that it seemed that he should get in touch with a boy named Simon Westeros more in the future. After leaving the WMA headquarters, Jonathan Friedman drove directly to the Griffin supermarket in the downtown area of Santa Monica. It was a new week, and Simon was on the morning shift again. It was 9:40 a.m. The supermarket was relatively quiet, and Simon was doing a routine inventory of the shelves he was responsible for when Courteney Cox, wearing a pink t-shirt and short shorts, walked over nonchalantly. Feeling the nice light perfume smell coming from the side, Simon turned his head and smiled at Courteney. Seeing the girl holding a few things in her arms with her bare hands, he said, Are you always used to holding things like this when you buy things? Seeing Simon taking the initiative to talk to her, Courteney spoke up, but still with a bit of habitual impoliteness, saying, Yes, do you have any objections? Simon immediately shook his head and said, No, if there are customers like you, The trolleys in our store can definitely be used for many more years. Oh, next time I'll use a trolley, Courtney said, picking up a bottle of ketchup and still holding it in her arms. Seeing Simon shift his attention to the folder in his hand again, he hesitated for a moment, and then said casually, "The one in the newspaper in recent days, The Butterfly Effect, wasn't written by you." After all, there was no deep contact. Except for Lola Run that she saw by chance, Courtney didn't know Simon's other scripts before, and she didn't have much interest in this matter. Moreover, in the news these days, the whistleblower actually didn't mention the personal information of the screenwriter of The Butterfly Effect. The other party obviously had his own intentions in doing so. If the outside world knew that Simon was just an 18-year-old rookie who had just made his debut, the argument in the article that the buyout contract offered by Fox was too harsh would probably be questioned. After all, in this era where most ordinary people only earn $10,000 or $20,000 a year, many people are bound to think that a young man who just turned 18 can earn $100,000. What else can he not be satisfied with? In fact, it was hard for Courtney to believe that the screenwriter of The Butterfly Effect, which caused such a big storm in Hollywood, would be Simon, an ordinary boy who did not look anything special on weekdays. However, she happened to know that Simon was the only screenwriter under Jonathan Friedman's name. Simon glanced at the girl with a probing expression, smiled and nodded, and answered casually, "Yes." Although it was roughly certain, Courtney still widened her eyes when she heard Simon's answer and asked, "Really?" This time, before Simon could respond, Roger Griffin's fat body leaned over from the other side of the shelf and said, "Simon, someone is looking for you." Simon responded, made a mark on the folder, and then walked out. Courtney hesitated for a moment, then followed Simon with a bunch of things in her arms. As soon as she turned out of the shelves, Simon saw Agent Jonathan Friedman standing at the cashier's exit and nodding at him. Courtney also quickly spotted the agent, and the surprise on her face reappeared. You know, since signing the contract, she has never encountered the situation where this WMA gold medal agent came to find her in person. At the beginning, she could only see Jonathan's assistant most of the time. Simon walked across the checkout counter to Jonathan. The agent looked at Simon's supermarket work clothes, shook hands with him with a gentle smile, patted Simon on the shoulder and said, "I didn't expect you to be here. If you had told me earlier, I could have helped you find a better part-time job." Simon joked, "It's not too late now." "Now, huh? Not now." Jonathan smiled and shook his head, then turned to Courtney, who was walking over, and also stretched out his hand to shake hands with the girl, and said, "Court, I didn't expect you to be here too. Do you know Simon?" Courtney clearly felt the difference in Jonathan's attitude towards herself and Simon, but nodded obediently and said, "Yes, I live nearby and often come here to buy things. I just happen to know Simon." "Oh, what a coincidence," Jonathan responded, and turned to Simon again and said, "Simon, can you take a few hours off? Let's go out and talk." "Okay," Simon nodded, turned his head and glanced at Roger Griffin, who was looking over here, and came to the supermarket owner and said, "Roger, my agent needs me for something." Except for being very stingy with his salary, the middle-aged fat man seemed easy to talk to in other aspects. He glanced at the elegant middle-aged man not far away again, nodded readily and said, "No problem, come back before 12 o'clock, and you will only be absent for 2 hours. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 22 Finalization. After asking for leave, Simon changed his clothes and came out of the dressing room with his bag on his back. Courtney was holding a shopping bag and chatting with Jonathan. When she saw Simon coming, she smiled and took a step forward, but then stopped and greeted Simon shyly, and followed the two men out of Griffin's supermarket. Jonathan Friedman's black Mercedes-Benz was parked on the street. The two got on the car, nodded to the girl on the curb, and Jonathan started the car and drove east with Simon. Smiling and watching Jonathan's Mercedes-Benz turn a corner and disappear, Courtney put away her expression with a little disappointment, and felt a little regretful for rejecting Simon's words that night. If she hadn't said it out loud, perhaps he would have invited her to leave with Jonathan. In the car that was driving away, Jonathan glanced at the girl who was still standing on the side of the road in the rearview mirror when he turned, and asked Simon with a smile, Do you have a crush on Kurt? No, Simon shook his head and explained, we're just ordinary friends. Jonathan continued to smile and said, actually, if you like Kurt, I can let her be the heroine of your movie, so you will have a chance to pursue her. Simon thought for a while and said, Kurt is indeed very suitable to be the heroine, but we are really just ordinary friends. Jonathan nodded, and then said, Kurt is indeed not very suitable for you. Well, Simon did not continue this topic, looked at the agent and asked, any results? Well, Jonathan raised his chin and said, there is a nice cafe up front. The Mercedes-Benz continued to move forward for a distance. Jonathan Friedman stopped the car and took Simon into a roadside cafe. The two sat down by the window facing the street. When the waiter brought the coffee, Jonathan briefly explained Fox's new offer for Simon's script, and finally asked, so, Simon, do you think it's okay? The basic salary was doubled, and the profit-sharing clause was retained. Although an option contract for a script was added, Simon also knew that this contract was already quite generous for a newcomer like him. However, after nodding, Simon still asked, Joe, what about the specific package plan? I think WMA is even less likely to give up this project now, right? Jonathan didn't feel strange at all that Simon could say the latter sentence, and he didn't hide it. He said, Brian will be a part-time producer while serving as a director. In addition, Matthew has also withdrawn from this project, and the company asked me to be responsible for reselecting the main roles. Seeing the smile in Jonathan's eyes after he said this, Simon also understood why the agent had just said that Courtney could be the heroine. Simon did not follow Jonathan's hint and asked again, when can we sign the contract? The official package plan will be announced in the next few days, and the specific contract may not be until next week, Jonathan replied, but, Simon, you can go back and resign now. If you are short of money, I can lend you some first. Simon shook his head and smiled, that's not necessary. When he was hired, Simon and Roger Griffin agreed that if he wanted to resign, he needed to notify him a few days in advance so that the other party could recruit new people. Although the middle-aged fat man was very stingy, they got along well during this period. What's more, Simon would use Roger's store for the next filming of Lola Run, and it was not suitable for him to leave suddenly now. Jonathan didn't know what Simon was thinking, but he didn't persuade him anymore, and turned to say, there is one more thing, Simon, about WGA, do you want to join the union? Simon showed a puzzled look, not understanding why Jonathan suddenly brought this up. Seeing Simon's puzzled expression, Jonathan took the initiative to explain, join the WGA, and your next contract will be based on the union's basic agreement, which will better protect your personal rights. So, if you are willing, I will help you with the process as soon as possible, probably before signing with Fox next week. There is a threshold to join the Writers Guild of America, WGA. Applicants need to accumulate enough points through various film and television works in the 3 years before applying to be eligible to join. Of course, Simon has no doubt that Jonathan has the ability to make the WGA make an exception. If Simon just wants to be a screenwriter, very simply, joining the WGA is indeed a good choice. However, Simon's ambition is to become the top of the Hollywood pyramid. If he joins the WGA now, he may very likely stand on the opposite side of himself in the future. You know, the WGA is the union with the most frequent strikes in Hollywood. Once the WGA decides to strike, all members must strictly abide by the strike regulations and must not work for a film and television production companies. At that time, if Simon is both the owner of a film company and a member of the WGA, it will be lively. It is impossible for him to strike himself, right? Shaking his head, Simon said to Jonathan, Joe, it's better not to. If I want to join any union, I will only choose PGA, Producers Guild of America. Jonathan heard this, smiled and said, okay, that's it. The two chatted about some things again. After Simon's side was settled, Jonathan Friedman hurried back to WMA headquarters. This incident made Jonathan Friedman realize a lot of things. Since Lou Weiss gave him the task of reselecting the main roles of The Butterfly Effect, Jonathan had no intention of sharing this project with others. All the roles suitable for his clients, Jonathan directly gave them to his own people. Even if he couldn't find a suitable candidate under his name, he chose the clients of the agent with whom he had a good relationship. After such a busy afternoon, Jonathan Friedman submitted the redetermined list of roles to Lou Weiss in the evening. After that, He discussed a series of details with Fox again. On Wednesday, WMA and Fox jointly held a press conference to announce the specific package project plan to the media. Simon did not attend this press conference. In fact, only several senior executives from WMA and Fox attended the launch of the project for the Butterfly Effect, and none of the film's main creators were present. However, Simon soon learned about the new creative information of the Butterfly Effect. In addition to him and Brian De Palma, the male and female protagonists selected by Jonathan Friedman were all his own clients, namely Matt Dillon and Elizabeth Shue, and most of the other supporting roles were the same. Simon was not familiar with Matt Dillon and Elizabeth Shue. Or, for most people, the two are actually the type who often appear in Hollywood movies but are difficult to remember. However, now in 1986, the two, who are only in their early 20s, are already potential Hollywood newcomers who have appeared in many films. Chapter 23, The Coming. On Thursday, Simon arrived at Griffin's supermarket on time. After yesterday's press conference, the packaging project of the Butterfly Effect will basically not have any changes, and the relevant contracts will be signed next week. According to the Hollywood script transaction process, Simon will be able to get $140,000 in first edition script royalties and a deposit for the option of 2 future scripts within a week of signing the contract. The subsequent $60,000 balance requires Simon to modify and polish the script according to the requirements of the film company before it can be settled one after another. The first $140,000 fund is enough for Simon to start the production of Lola Run. Therefore, Simon has already said hello to Roger, and after completing next week's work, he will resign from Griffin's supermarket. After more than 2 hours of busy work, around 9:30, Simon, who was standing behind the cash register, saw Roger Griffin hurriedly walking out of the office on the side of the supermarket with a newspaper in his hand. Noticing that Roger was obviously running towards him, Simon asked when the middle-aged fat man approached, "Roger, what happened?" Roger Griffin did not speak immediately. He looked at Simon up and down with a very curious look, then handed the newspaper in his hand over, pointed to one of the articles, and asked, "Simon, it's not you, right?" Simon took the newspaper and glanced at it. It was a Los Angeles Times, and then he noticed the title of the article Roger had just pointed to. What does Butterfly Effect mean? Simon's first thought was that this question was really familiar. Then he looked at the main text. The content of the article still mentioned a series of recent events at WMA first. Perhaps too many people have discussed this matter, so this Los Angeles Times reporter named Peter Butler chose to take a different approach and began to pay attention to the content of the script of Butterfly Effect. What surprised Simon was that Peter Butler actually found the source of Butterfly Effect. In this era without internet search engines, it is not easy to do this. After spending a while explaining the meaning of Butterfly Effect, Peter Butler began to speculate on the story content of the script of Butterfly Effect. Combined with the information that WMA selected Brian De Palma as the director, he finally concluded that Butterfly Effect is likely to be a crime thriller that triggers a series of serious events under certain circumstances. If the content of the article was only these, Simon would not care too much. Peter Butler's speculation has little to do with the real story of Butterfly Effect. However, what surprised Simon was that Peter Butler also mentioned his own name in the article and became curious about the surname Westeros, claiming that he had searched a lot of information and could not find relevant information about this surname, so he believed that Westeros was likely to be an original surname, a very interesting original surname. Seeing Simon frowning slightly as he looked at the newspaper in front of him and not speaking for a long time, Roger Griffin could not help but snap his fingers in his ear and said, "Simon." Simon came back to his senses from his thoughts, smiled at the middle-aged fat man, and said, "Roger, maybe I have to take a day off tomorrow." "No problem," Roger Griffin nodded. Although Simon's attitude was obviously tacit, he still couldn't help but ask, "So, is it really you on this?" Simon handed the newspaper back to Roger, nodded, and said, "Yes." Roger Griffin heard Simon's confirmation, waved the newspaper he had just received randomly, making a rustling sound, and said, "So, the middle-aged man a few days ago is the vice president of WMA mentioned in the newspaper these days. His name is, what's his name? And, you now have $200,000. Simon looked at the stuttering Roger and smiled. $200,000 is not a lot for you. When this supermarket is doing good business, the daily turnover can reach this number. Although Griffin's supermarket is not as big as Walmart, it is located in the busiest downtown of Santa Monica, and its business is still very good. Roger Griffin shook his head and said with some emotion, "Sales and profits are completely different. Besides, I earn my money through hard work, not as easily as you do." As he was talking, several customers came over one after another. Noticing that there were already queues at other cash registers, the two stopped talking. Roger Griffin even walked behind another vacant cash register and skillfully acted as a cashier. He was busy like this until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After Simon finished his shift, he rode his bike to the WMA headquarters and bought a copy of today's Los Angeles Times on the way. When he arrived outside Jonathan Friedman's office, Simon still greeted Owen Wright first. "Simon, why are you here?" Owen Wright saw Simon appear, with a warm smile on his face, and then pointed to Jonathan's office door and said, "Wait a minute, Jonathan is talking to Sean Young." Simon said uncertainly, "Sean Young, Rachel?" Owen Wright stood up and pulled a chair next to him, motioning Simon to sit down at his desk, and confirmed, "Yes, it's Rachel." Simon nodded, a little surprised that Sean Young would be Jonathan's client. However, apart from the amazing replicant Rachel in Blade Runner, Sean Young did not have any other outstanding representative works. Moreover, it is said that this woman is too fond of playing big names, and many Hollywood filmmakers do not like to work with her. Ultimately, after Blade Runner, this actress was only briefly popular for a few years before quickly falling into silence. Simon happened to remember that Sean Young, who missed the first female lead role in Michael Keaton's Batman due to a fall from a horse during the filming of the film, did something that shocked the whole Hollywood. After the great success of Batman, Warner launched the sequel Batman Returns. During the production of the film, Sean Young suddenly appeared outside the Warner studio in a homemade inferior Catwoman costume and made a scene, demanding that Warner give the role of Catwoman to her to compensate for her loss in the first film. As a result, she was only given the title of Hollywood Crazy Woman, which completely destroyed the image of Rachel in many people's hearts. Recalling these things, Simon said to Owen Wright, "Speaking of which, I still don't know which clients Jonathan has. Owen, can you show me the list?" Of course, Owen Wright nodded, took out a folder from the drawer of his desk and handed it to Simon, saying, "You can take a look." Simon took the folder and opened it. The first page of the information was a veteran male star named Robert Duvall. Simon had some impression of this actor, but he was still the type who was barely familiar with him. However, in the introduction, Robert Duvall was not only the winner of the Best Actor Oscar in 1984, but also had 3 other Oscar nominations. So, he could be considered the biggest star under Jonathan. Continuing to flip through the pages, there were still several veteran male stars who were generally in their 40s and 50s. Simon was not too surprised by this situation. Affected by the television industry, the Hollywood film industry has experienced more than 20 years of silence. The film business is sluggish, and opportunities are naturally reduced. Everyone competes for the few roles based on seniority, which not only leads to the slow renewal of Hollywood artists, but also the age of the group of stars at the top of the Hollywood pyramid is generally older. Thinking of this, Simon flipped through nearly half of the information. In addition to Brian De Palma, who was about to work with him, he only found one male star he was relatively familiar with, Billy Crystal. In addition, Simon's own resume happened to be the last among Jonathan's male clients, right after several Hollywood directors. Then came a series of veteran actresses. Simon flipped through them and found Courteney Cox's name at the back. He kept going until the last page. Simon was going to return the folder to Owen, but he was attracted by the name of the girl on the last page. In the ID photo, it was also a girl with short hair. He glanced at the girl's profile. She had no film or television works to her name, but only some stage performance experience. It seemed that she was a newcomer that Jonathan had just signed. After thinking for a while, Simon patiently waited for Owen Wright to finish a phone call, spread the information in front of him, and asked, "Owen, what's the situation with this girl?" Owen Wright put down the phone and looked at the girl's name on the information. Sandra Bullock. Sandra, Jonathan just signed her last week. She was recommended by New York playwright Sanford Messner. She's a very good newcomer. Owen Wright explained a few words, then looked at Simon and said jokingly, "Do you like this type of girl? I happen to have a photo album here, would you like to take a look?" Simon smiled and shook his head, saying, "I just think that maybe I can let her try to be the heroine of my movie." "Oh, I see. After spending some time together, Owen Wright also knew that Simon wanted to make an experimental film. His tone became more serious, and he found Sandra Bullock's contact information in the address book, handed it to Simon, and added, "It's late in the fall season now, and Jonathan's arrangement is that she should first take some TV dramas in the spring season next year to hone her skills, and then switch to try movies. So, she happens to be free these few months. However, Simon, if you want a heroine, I can help you pick a few with more acting experience. If the communication is good, the asking price will not be too high." "No need." Simon shook his head, took out the address book from his backpack, wrote down Sandra Bullock's contact information, and said, "I'll try to contact this girl first." Owen Wright didn't persuade him much, saying, "If you need help, you can always call me." As the two were talking, Jonathan's office door opened, and a beautiful woman in a black corset dress walked out. It was Shan Yang. However, Shan Yang was obviously in a very bad mood at this time. She looked like an ice queen, and squinted at Simon, who stood up, but her footsteps did not stop at all, and she walked away quickly in her high heels. Jonathan followed Shan Yang out of the office, looked at the girl who had disappeared into the corridor, turned to Simon, raised his hand and pointed to the empty space in front of him, and said seriously, "Simon, this is Miss Yang." Simon walked over, shook hands with Jonathan with a smile, and said, "I didn't expect you could tell jokes." "Just to entertain myself occasionally," Jonathan said with a wry smile, but did not explain what had just happened. After instructing Owen to prepare coffee for the two of them, Jonathan walked into the office with Simon, sat down behind the desk, and said first, "By the way, Simon, regarding Kurt's matter, I originally planned to let her play the leading actress. However, she happened to pass the audition for the second female lead in Canon Films' live-action version of The Man, The Titans of the Universe. The production cost of this film is $20 million, and the second female lead is also a good opportunity. So I temporarily replaced the heroine of The Butterfly Effect with Elizabeth." Simon didn't know much about Man, The Titans of the Universe. He vaguely remembered that it should be an animated film in recent years. However, he just smiled and nodded, saying, "This is great. Both opportunities are not wasted." Jonathan habitually crossed his arms and looked at Simon, and said, "So, why did you come here suddenly?" Simon showed Jonathan the article in the Los Angeles Times and said, "Joe, have you seen this?" Jonathan took the newspaper and glanced at it, nodded and said, "Owen also showed it to me this morning. I think this should be a good thing for you, right?" Simon shook his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Joe, there is one thing about my experience before I came to Los Angeles. I think I need to explain it to you first. The updates have been unstable in recent days. Please forgive me. There will be another chapter in the evening. In addition, thank you for your rewards, recommendations and comments in recent times. It is not easy to write a new book, and encouragement is needed. I have some ink stains when I write, which is also for the purpose of writing a good book. So, don't doubt it, I will definitely continue to write, and try to keep 2 updates every day." Chapter 24: Simon's Flaw. Jonathan Friedman was surprised when he heard Simon talk about his past of receiving 9 months of treatment in a mental hospital. In Hollywood, a place of fame and fortune where people can easily experience ups and downs, there are actually many stars with mental problems, and there are even more stars who often enter nursing homes to quit addiction under the banner of treating mental problems. However, few of them are so serious that they need to be treated in a mental hospital for 9 months like Simon. After Simon finished speaking, Jonathan Friedman looked at the boy opposite and asked, "So, Simon, you are fine now, right?" Although the other 12 consciousnesses were silent, the memories of these people still remained in his mind. To be fair, Simon really didn't know if he would have problems in the future. Jonathan noticed the hesitation in Simon's expression and probably understood something. He actually knew very well that mental illness is usually very difficult to cure completely. Moreover, Jonathan could understand why Simon took the initiative to mention this to him today. Hollywood actually has no prejudice against people with mild mental illnesses in the circle. As long as it does not affect work, people may just think that this person has some quirks. However, for serious mental patients, Hollywood, and even the whole society, although most people have sympathy, they inevitably show a discriminatory attitude of keeping a distance. As for Simon personally, through the performance of this teenager in recent times, Jonathan has no doubt that he will have some achievements in Hollywood in the future. Therefore, If Simon's past is used by someone with ulterior motives in the future and publicized in the media, it is likely to have a serious impact on his personal image. Even if Simon's mental problems relapse, the results will be even worse. With this worry, Jonathan asked again, "Simon, since you took the initiative to bring up this matter today, do you have your own plan?" Simon nodded and said, "Joe, first of all, I hope you can help me block the public activities arranged by Fox to promote the butterfly effect and possible interview invitations from the media in the next period of time. I hope that I will appear in the public eye as late as possible." "That's no problem. I will try my best to help you block these things." Jonathan nodded in agreement. Thinking of the content in the newspaper, he smiled and said, "So, this is probably why you changed your name? However, it is still a bit unwise to use an original word like Westeros as a surname. It's too conspicuous." Simon just smiled and said nothing. Jonathan did not pursue it, but he couldn't help but feel that the boy opposite him should still have a lot of secrets. Thinking of this, Jonathan asked again, "Simon, you just said the first thing, so what about the second thing?" Simon said, "I want to go back to San Francisco and get my previous medical records back." In fact, this is the main reason why Simon suddenly came to see Jonathan. Simon has always been somewhat thankful that this body was originally suffering from schizophrenia, not split personality. If Simon had shown a split personality at that time, the 12 souls from more than 30 years later would have taken over this body in turn, and he would have said and done something without knowing the situation. Then, even if Simon was not sent to some messy research institute, even if he could still leave the mental hospital smoothly, the words and deeds he had said would definitely lay countless unpredictable hidden dangers for his future. Although the facts are better than the worst-case scenario, even so, Simon, who was once in a schizophrenic state, would inevitably show some flaws in his words and deeds that could make people think of something because another 12 consciousnesses were forced into his mind. Many of these flaws were recorded in his medical records. Jonathan naturally had no way of knowing Simon's true intention of wanting to retrieve his medical records, but he also agreed with Simon's doing so. As long as the medical records are taken back and destroyed, even if someone still wants to use Simon's past to make a fuss in the future, Simon will have too much room to maneuver without this most solid evidence. Considering this, Jonathan quickly said, "How about this, Simon? I'll let Owen accompany you to San Francisco tomorrow." Hearing Jonathan's words, Simon shook his head and refused. "Joe, I want to go there alone, just lend me a car. I will leave immediately, and if everything goes well, I will be back tomorrow afternoon." Jonathan wanted to say something, but seeing Simon's resolute expression, he stopped talking and stood up and said, "Then, follow me." After leaving the office, Jonathan talked to Owen Wright for a few words, took back a bunch of car keys and handed them to Simon, and then took him out of the WMA headquarters building. The two came to the parking lot together, and Jonathan pointed to an ordinary gray Ford sedan and said, "This is Owen's car, it's just right for you to drive there. I won't lend you my car." Simon nodded, and naturally understood Jonathan's intention. Jonathan's car was a Mercedes-Benz 500 seconds, the latest model of this era. Simon had left Watsonville with nothing for just over a month, and suddenly drove back in a luxury Mercedes-Benz. It was hard to guarantee that there would be no trouble. After Jonathan finished speaking, he motioned Simon to get in the car, and he also opened the door of his Mercedes-Benz, and said to Simon again, "Follow me." Simon drove behind Jonathan's Mercedes-Benz, left Camino Street, drove through the streets of Beverly Hills for a few minutes, and then stopped in front of a bank again. Jonathan just asked Simon to wait for a while, and walked into the bank. After a while, he came back again, sat in the passenger seat of the Ford sedan, handed 2 stacks of banknotes to Simon, and said, "This is $20,000 US. I think you should need it." When Simon saw Jonathan park the car in front of the bank, he roughly understood the agent's intention. He originally planned to refuse, but after thinking about it, he took the money. After saying goodbye to the agent, Simon drove the gray Ford sedan west through downtown Los Angeles, drove into California Highway 1, and headed north along the coastline. Driving a private car is much faster than taking the bus. However, it still took Simon more than 5 hours to get from Los Angeles to Watsonville, south of San Francisco. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when he checked into a motel in Watsonville. Before leaving Los Angeles, Simon had already called to make an appointment. After a night's rest in Watsonville, Simon arrived at a mental hospital on the outskirts of the town at 10 o'clock the next morning. As a public mental hospital that requires federal financial subsidies in most cases, the Watsonville Mental Hospital, which has a very old building, still looks desolate and cold. Simon waited patiently for a while outside the office of Dr. Henry Chapman, the original attending physician, and the nurse informed him that he could go in. Dr. Chapman was surprised that Simon came back so soon, and asked Simon with concern what he felt wrong as soon as they met. Simon naturally had no problem. He simply exchanged a few words with Dr. Chapman. He could hear the sound of tinkling in his ears and asked, "Henry, is the hospital being renovated recently?" Dr. Chapman was relieved to see that Simon did not show any abnormality in his words. He shook his head and explained softly, "Last Wednesday, a patient stood up the bed and hung himself on it. He was discovered by other patients. In the following days, 2 more patients followed suit. 3 people died in succession. The hospital is nailing all the beds to the floor." Simon was silent when he heard this. The patients in the mental hospital are very sympathetic, but as a doctor, especially a doctor in a public mental hospital, the pressure is also very great. The patient's suicide was not suitable for casually revealing to a visitor like him. Dr. Chapman said this because he regarded Simon as a friend, but also because he wanted to talk in such a depressing environment. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, and Dr. Chapman spoke first, asking, "Simon, since you don't have any questions, why are you here today?" Simon organized his words a little and said, "Henry, this is the case. If possible, I hope to take my original medical records away." "Oh," Dr. Chapman responded, but there was nothing strange in his expression. He just said, "Simon, do you have $500? Simon was stunned and a little confused, but he quickly took out $500 from his backpack and handed it to Dr. Chapman. "Well, wait here for a while." Dr. Chapman took the money, put it in his pocket, and left the office after telling Simon something. Simon watched Dr. Chapman leave, still a little puzzled. However, Simon did not question Dr. Chapman's intention to ask him for $500. He was still confident in Dr. Chapman's character. During the process of changing his name, this kind middle-aged man even took half a day off and drove him to the local court to attend the name change hearing. Before coming to Watsonville, if his agent had not offered to lend him $20,000, Simon would have only planned to take some of the change he had saved during this period as travel expenses. A few minutes later, Dr. Chapman came back and handed Simon a thick file bag, saying, "Simon, take it." Simon took the file bag in his hand, but still couldn't help looking at the middle-aged doctor who had moved to the desk and sat down again. Dr. Chapman noticed Simon's puzzled expression, smiled, and said, "I won't ask why you took these things. In fact, you are not the first person who wants to do this. The $500 just now is for Wesley in the archives. In this way, even if someone asks about it in the future, he will say that the file is lost." Simon stroked the edge of the manila paper of the file bag and said, "Henry, will there be any problem?" Dr. Chapman shook his head, made a reassuring look, and said, "Simon, in a public mental hospital like ours, the situation is worse, and no one will care if 1 or 2 people are lost. However, in addition to this file, during your hospitalization, I will routinely provide Stanford with a report on your condition every month. If you want to get this information back, you have to go to Palo Alto. Oh, one more thing, those reports are all written in your original name." Simon nodded. He actually remembered this. However, those monthly reports only briefly summarized his treatment progress and did not involve certain details that Simon wanted to avoid. Therefore, Simon did not plan to continue wasting time on those materials. After the two talked for a few words, Dr. Chapman stood up again and said, "Well, Simon, I'll take you out. There's nothing good to stay here." Simon nodded, put the file bag into his backpack, and the two left the office together. On the way to the parking lot, Dr. Chapman asked about Simon's recent situation. Simon did not hide anything and briefly told him about what happened during this period. He also took out a Los Angeles Times and showed it to Dr. Chapman. The middle-aged doctor was very happy for Simon when he saw the article about Simon in the newspaper. Before leaving, he also left his home address and contact information to Simon, hoping that Simon would come to San Francisco again and visit his home in Watsonville. After leaving Watsonville, Simon drove along California Highway 1 for more than an hour and stopped at a deserted coast. He burned the medical record file with his own hands, confirmed that all the papers were reduced to ashes, picked up the flying ashes mixed with mud and sand and scattered them into the sea, and he was completely relieved. The past is completely annihilated. Chapter 25. She received a strange phone call from a strange guy who asked her if she was interested in acting in a movie. Simon Westeros. Simon knew him. Westeros, it seemed, he had heard of him somewhere. Oh, right, at Robert's party. Robert Duvall, the Oscar-winning actor, was 30 years older than her, but he was her senior. Many years ago, Robert Duvall also studied drama performance under Sanford Masona. She was lucky enough to be signed by WMA Vice President Jonathan Friedman because of Robert's matchmaking. After moving to Los Angeles, this very enthusiastic senior brother invited her to his party last weekend and introduced her to many Hollywood stars. By chance, she seemed to hear someone talking about a guy named Westeros. It was a very strange surname. So she wrote it down immediately. But she didn't know what the other party did. Maybe it was someone else. Then she asked the other party very vigilantly how he knew her contact information. Sensing her vigilance, the person on the other end of the phone explained the reason. He was also Jonathan's client, and his contact information was obtained from his agent. It was not so easy to believe. After calling his agent, Jonathan seemed a little surprised to hear her narration, but he still confirmed the other party's words, and finally suggested that she should take the other party's role, claiming that this might be a very wonderful experience for her. The advantages of signing under the name of a Hollywood gold medal agent are very obvious, but the disadvantages are also prominent. At least, his agent, who has more than 30 clients, has been very busy recently and has not had much time to take care of her. Since she wants to make a career in Hollywood, she is also prepared to have enough patience. During this period, she is even considering finding a part-time job to earn some living expenses. Or go back to New York to perform in stage plays for a while. She can't be idle. She has a good family background and doesn't have to worry about her livelihood. In fact, most of the men and women who can drift in Hollywood for a long time have good family support. Those who lack the foundation of acting need to learn acting. They need to prepare carefully before each audition. In order to appear in a movie or TV series, they often have to attend various skill cram schools. All of these require a lot of time and money. Therefore, although it cannot be said to be absolute, it is indeed difficult for people from the lower classes to achieve success in Hollywood. Often, they need to spend most of their energy just to make a living, and they don't have much time to pursue their so-called dreams. Many people can't stick to it, and even fall into another equally large film industry in Los Angeles. Location: San Fernando Valley. Just like Stallone before he became famous. It is said that I secretly watched that videotape back then. Shame. The stain on Rocky's life. Since the agent confirmed that there was no problem, after a little consideration, she agreed to meet him. Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock. The location is next to Douglas Park in the Midtown area of Santa Monica. He drove his brand new Chrysler sedan on time, but was stood up. This is too much? I wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, I made a phone call. The old man with a heavy accent answered the phone again, and he mumbled something before handing it over to him. The man on the other end sounded very apologetic, saying that his tire was flat and he was repairing it. Then he gave her another address and said he could treat her to dinner in the evening as an apology. After thinking about the address, it didn't seem too far away. Never mind. Since your tone was so sincere. After restarting the car, she drove through the streets of Santa Monica for a while and finally found a motel near the southern edge of the northern part of Santa Monica. After parking the car in the open space in front of the motel, she pushed the door and got out. She looked around. There were several cars parked quietly nearby, and none of them were being repaired. However, under the eaves of the motel, there was an inverted bicycle next to a leisurely old man in a flowered shirt and beach pants. The young man behind the bicycle. It should be him. So she walked over. Seeing her appear, the leisurely old man patted the young man on the shoulder and reminded him. The other party raised his head, saw her appear, and stood up with a smile. A guy who looks pretty when he smiles, tall, handsome, with a very healthy brown skin. He should be an actor too. I don't know why he wants to make a movie again. Anyway, boys like to make trouble. Hello, I'm Sandra Bullock. Seeing the boy extend his hand, she shook hands with him and said, "We just talked on the phone." Simon Westeros, he introduced himself in the same way, and said again, "I'm so sorry, I found that my tire was flat when I was about to rush over, and I was worried that I would miss it if I was too late, so I stayed in the hotel and waited for your call. Boys often act very generous in front of beautiful girls. It seems. Girls are the same in front of handsome boys. Although she was a cheerleader in high school, she knew that she was not very beautiful. So, at this moment, she felt that she was very generous. It's okay, she shook her head cheerfully, and pointed at the other person's bicycle. So, are you repairing it yourself? I bought the tools after I talked to you on the phone, and it will take a while, he explained, and made a gesture of invitation. Let's go over there and talk. She followed him to the eaves of the motel and politely greeted the old man who brought a stool for her. The other party nodded at her with a smile, and then mumbled something to Simon Westeros, and glanced at her from time to time, making faces and looking disrespectful to the elderly. It sounded like mumbling. This should be Spanish. When she was a child, she grew up in Germany. In addition to English, she also knew German. But she didn't know Spanish. She could only sit down next to her awkwardly, letting the boy next to her also talk to the old man in a mumble. It must not be a good thing. However, although his skin color was darker, it was obviously due to sun exposure. Judging from his face shape, he did not have Spanish ancestry, but was more Germanic. I didn't expect him to speak Spanish so fluently. He can also repair cars. I wonder if he can repair water pipes. I remember when I was a child, the water pipe at home burst. My father was so flustered that he only knew to call the workers and didn't even know how to turn off the water valve first. Thinking of this, I sat on the stool and watched him inflate the tire, rub the tire in his hands, and turn it a little bit close to his face. The old man next to him muttered something again, probably accusing him of the wrong method. Then there was his rebuttal. I couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" He didn't answer, but turned the tire in his hand for a moment, stopped, smiled and said to her, "Come closer to me." She obediently moved her face closer, and he also put the tire close to her. A small airflow hid her face. Inexplicably, it felt very comfortable. Before I could enjoy it enough, he quickly moved away and said, "It's leaking here." As he said that, he picked up a toothpick, carefully inserted it into the small hole that had just been discovered, and started to turn the tire again. This time she understood that he should be checking if there were other leaks. Looking at him working diligently, she suddenly remembered what her agent had said to her on the phone yesterday. Perhaps this would really be a wonderful experience for her. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.